The legendary Hollywood director, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Rage Premiere. Subscription recommendation. Eva Green lay limply on the bed, her gradually awakening mind full of memories of the tender moments of last night. There was a rustling sound of fabrics rubbing against each other, and a ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains, contrasting the peaceful time at this moment. She turned around and watched Lyman put on his clothes and sat on the edge of the bed. "Lyman," Eva Green said, but found that her voice was a little hoarse and her throat was extremely dry. Lyman just raised his head slightly and glanced back at her. His eyes seemed to ask, "What's the matter?" "Can I?" Eva Green continued with courage. "Can I accompany you to the premiere of Fury tonight? Paramount Pictures and Europa Films have already agreed to hold a premiere of movie in two places at the same time. As an insignificant little character in Fury that can be replaced by anyone, Eva Green was naturally not invited and had the opportunity to participate. But with Lyman, it was different. He was the director of this work, and naturally he had no lack of media attention. If she could step on the red carpet tonight as a female companion, the attraction would be too great. Eva Green gritted her teeth and confided her deepest and most real thoughts, and then looked at Lyman anxiously. No. Lyman rejected this somewhat excessive proposal without thinking. Everyone knows that the media news likes hype the most, and Lyman doesn't want his private life to become a topic of conversation for others after dinner. As this sentence came out, the atmosphere in the room immediately became weird. Eva Green's eyes became complicated, mixed with resentment. She sat at the head of the bed with a quilt half covering her. Her slender and fragile collarbone was exposed, and her soft long hair was helplessly scattered on her shoulders, making her look more lonely and pitiful. He thought she was smart enough and sensible enough. How could there be any feelings between them? Why did they have to go further? Keeping a distance should be the wise choice. But obviously, this woman wanted much more than he thought. "You can come alone. I will ask someone to send you an invitation." Lyman's voice was quietly smeared with a layer of alienation. The tone was cold, just like the unpredictable and suddenly cold weather, which made Eva Green shiver, even though she was wrapped in a warm quilt. "I thought I could be with you," she said calmly. "I never thought about marrying you. It doesn't matter. I just want to be with you." Looking at the increasingly thin figure, Lyman was thinking in his heart, sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. This look and this posture seemed to be determined to endure a lifetime of not getting married and having no status. Lyman shook his head and said nothing more, but his behavior had already made a judgment. He turned around and wanted to leave directly. "Lyman," Eva Green shouted loudly, and her hoarse voice was permeated with a kind of shrillness. Lyman stopped at the door. He turned around and looked at her calmly. "I really do." Eva Green opened her mouth and tried to say something, but when the idea came to her lips, she refused to say it completely. She felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. "I thought we were different now." She raised her hands and waved them in the air, as if to express her point of view, and as if to increase her persuasiveness. Maybe she didn't even believe it herself. "That's your illusion. There is nothing different between us." A very simple and clear statement cut off all the unnecessary feelings. After saying that, Lyman opened the door of the room and left the apartment building without any pause. Bang! A muffled sound blocked all the noise outside. All the noise and emotions in the room slowly settled down and quickly returned to calm. Eva Green hugged her legs and sat blankly at the head of the bed. "Asshole," she murmured to herself. Her voice was so soft that it seemed like she was not venting anything, but teasing her lover with words. However, the room was empty. Who could she tell it to? Yes, there was no real fool in this world. Lyman was right. She shouldn't have had any unreasonable expectations. Not at all. Because from the very beginning, she knew that this would be the result, didn't she? Over and over again, she fantasized that she could go further, but in return, she was only avoided more resolutely. No expectations, no extravagant hopes, no touch. This is the truth. that she should have known, understood long ago, but why did she still lose her sense of proportion in front of him, thinking that he would be different, that she would be different, and that there was still room for both parties to get along more calmly. This illusion that had arisen from who knows when, just today, like a moth flying into a flame, finally turned into ashes under the blazing flame. Paramount Pictures did a lot of work for the premiere, and the premiere was held at the Chinese theater next to Hollywood Boulevard. As the evening approached, an agreement was reached with the service company of the relevant activities. With the joint efforts of the other party in Paramount, at least more than 500 people gathered on both sides of the street in front of the theater. They waved large and small cheering signs, and everyone looked like a loyal fan of the movie. This is what Bella saw when she arrived at the scene. Thanks to her previous film review columns on 3 Idiots, she was recognized by the editor-in-chief and the audience. She is now a little famous in the newspaper. Now she came all the way from Salt Lake City, naturally, to see Lyman's new work. Although she was a little surprised by the number of onlookers, Bella still walked quickly to the main entrance of the Chinese theater. At this time, there was still more than an hour before the premiere officially started, but most of the news media or reporters had already arrived at the scene, and it was very lively. Bella looked around casually and found that most of the space on both sides near the red carpet was arranged for media reporters, and the fans holding various cheering signs were arranged behind these reporters and dispersed along both sides. So many people gathered together, making the theater in trance extremely lively. The noisy sound caused by talking loudly and chatting with each other can be heard far away. Standing in the surging crowd, Bella could clearly feel that the emotions of her fellow reporters were surging and suppressed. Everyone was looking forward to the box office trend of this year's Christmas season. This is the biggest carnival in the film market every year. How can there be a lack of traffic and topic news? Because no matter whether a movie is a big win or a disastrous defeat, the result is destined to be a feast for the media, and the hot audience attention will also make the sales of newspapers and magazines rise steadily. Just like the mission entrusted to Bella before leaving, the editor-in-chief also told her specifically to write a good film review column for this movie. Whether it is good or bad, you must find a topic point. "Hi, you're here too." A colleague who came to the scene greeted her with a smile. Bella waved to the other party and said with a smile, "Lucy, long time no see." Lucy is a film critic of the Chicago Times. Hearing this, Lucy shrugged, smiled, and walked closer, and then asked casually, "How is it? What do you think the box office of this movie will be? Is there a profit prospect?" Before the release of each movie, industry insiders will analyze the market prospects of the movie. If the movie has a large investment and a high degree of topic, major newspapers may also give their own predictions. For example, The Lord of the Rings 2, The Two Towers. There are currently more than 6 authoritative data analysis agencies that predict that the global box office of this movie will exceed the $870.9 million of the previous film, and will at least reach the figure of $900 million. It should be able to recover the cost, but I can't guess what the final box office will be. Lucy chuckled and said jokingly, "It seems that you are quite optimistic. You know, there is an official announcement from a market analysis agency today. They predict that the North American box office of this movie will be around 50 million. Compared with their huge expenditure, it is obvious that they are not optimistic. In recent years, the chain effect of market response has been valued by more and more people. The failure of Cutthroat Island directly cut the popular pirate theme in half, making it the most unpopular choice. The disastrous failure of Waterworld also made many film production companies cautious about science fiction works. Wind Talkers has just been prequeled in the market, which has to make various market analysis agencies sincerely pessimistic about the market performance of Fury with the same theme. They believe that, if it is released at this time, the audience will not be able to get out of the bad reputation of Wind Talkers. It is easy to deny Fury in their hearts at the first time, which is really not conducive to the choice of the audience. Sometimes, people are blind, and will subconsciously listen to the voices of the outside world. This is why everyone is pessimistic about it, but Bella is inexplicably confident. She thinks the market performance of the movie should not be as bad as predicted. Lucy looked at Bella with a smile. "Why, you are optimistic about this movie?" Bella nodded as a matter of course. I think it should be no problem to recover the investment cost just by relying on the North American market. Looking at the intensive publicity in the past few days, there will be audiences to support it. Lucy shook her head. It's useless to rely on publicity alone. At most, it can fool the audience into entering the theater at the beginning. In the end, it's still the quality or reputation of the movie that counts. Yes, I believe that the quality of this movie will be very good. Lonely. Chapter 102 Premiere Storm. Subscription recommendation. Night slowly fell, but the entrance of the China National Theatre was still brightly lit and crowded. Men and women in gorgeous clothes crowded around and squeezed the defense line opened up by the media reporters in front, trying to get closer and closer to the red carpet. The premiere of Fury had various preparations, and it was naturally wonderful. Under the coordination of the host, the atmosphere on the scene was also skillfully controlled. From the beginning, the screams of the onlookers never stopped. Mel Gibson, the Coen brothers, Kevin Costner when Penelope Cruz appeared on the red carpet with Tom Cruise's arm around her, the sensation on the scene reached its first climax. The photographer pressed the shutter and asked his colleague next to him, "When did the director of this movie get in touch with these people? Isn't he from France? He has so many connections." I thought that the cast of Fury was dull. Except for Nicolas Cage, the other casts lacked eye-catching gimmicks. I also thought that today's red carpet would be like this, not awkward, but I didn't expect it to be full of surprises. Now even Tom Cruise came to show his support. This immediately made everyone's enthusiasm rise. There will be enough press releases and topics to write tomorrow. Don't you know that this is the work of Paramount Pictures or CAA? Just as a director, even if he has a wide network of contacts, how can he invite so many big names than him? Don't you think about it? Aren't all those here contracted artists of CAA? As a veteran who has been in the industry for many years and a very experienced reporter in the entertainment section of the New York Daily, he continued to say to his colleague in charge of taking pictures, "Besides, don't you know that Paramount Pictures has given money to our supervisor? Even if the red carpet is really boring, don't we still have to write a report and publish it? But this way we will have content to write and enough gimmicks. Otherwise, the sales of the newspaper will drop, and the editor-in-chief will blame us. Okay, take a few more good photos." As he was speaking, the audience behind him suddenly burst into cheers. It was Golden Globe Award winner Nicole Kidman who walked on the red carpet. This actress, who was recognized for her acting skills and beauty, obviously had many supporters. One could faintly hear some fanatical fans loudly expressing their love and shouting that they wanted to marry her. It was really a daydream. Oh, no, it was already night. It was time to dream. After Nicole Kidman walked by, the red carpet became much quieter. The person who came behind was obviously not very familiar to the fans and audience, but under the host's guidance, they gave him more comfort than flattery. "Boss, the director of Fury is here," the cameraman reminded carefully. Wearing a neat suit, Lemon walked onto the red carpet quite casually. Then, the cheers of the audience reached his ears. The flashlights on both sides lit up, making people feel particularly dazzling. Resisting this light, Lemon couldn't help but speed up his pace. Even when someone in the press area on both sides called out to him, he just pretended not to hear it and didn't stop to cooperate and pose for photos. Hurrying into the interview area, the agent Johnson, who had been waiting for a long time, walked to Lemon's side faster than the interviewing reporters, so as to remind him at any time that his future client, who might be the most valuable, should not say the wrong thing. "Director Lemon, are you confident in your work? Can it beat the 007, Die Another Day, that was released at the same time?" Lemon only felt a slight sting in his eyeballs. The visual stimulation of countless flashes at the same time not only made the light shine as bright as day, but also made him suffer from being surrounded in the center. But even so, when Lemon was asked by reporters, he still smiled on the surface and answered very politely and affirmatively, "Of course I will be more optimistic about my own work." Hearing such a confident answer, the reporter was satisfied. He even thought of the title of tomorrow's press release. Shocking, all the works in the 007 series are rubbish. Yesterday, when our reporter was interviewing director Lemon, he learned that Director Lemon, after you made a work like Three Idiots, you made a work that is completely different from the previous one in terms of subject matter or directing style. Do you have any special thoughts on this? Since it was a premiere, there were many paid media, oh no, many news media invited to attend the event. The reporters on the scene certainly did not intend to end the questioning so hastily, so another reporter hurriedly asked again. Such a question was obviously expected, and Lemon was also prepared. He smiled and answered appropriately, I don't think there will be any difference in the style of these two works. In fact, in my opinion, they can both be regarded as commercial films. However, this evasive and flattering speech was obviously not enough to satisfy the reporters on the scene. No, someone immediately asked, not long ago, Brad Pitt mentioned in an interview that you originally wanted to invite him to play one of the roles, but for some reason, it was replaced by Nicolas Cage in the end. Is that right? Or do you think Brad Pitt is not as good as Nicolas Cage? Otherwise, why did you change the candidate temporarily? Lemon looked over in the direction of the voice and found that he didn't recognize the questioner of the previous question. Well, in fact, he was unfamiliar with all the reporters present and had never met them. The other party's question was obviously trying to widen the gap and stir up the controversy of the question itself to create more topics. Johnson next to him was a little nervous, fearing that Lemon would say something controversial. The sergeant is a veteran who has experienced the battlefield. The first thing an actor should do is to have a good image and temperament that fits the character's setting. In fact, in my initial conception, Lemon is not stupid. He would not directly say which actor is good and which actor is not good. In this way, wouldn't it be offending people for no reason? Even if Brad Pitt's conditions were too excessive and led to the failure of the cooperation between the two parties, this was not a reason for Lemon to discredit him. He disdained to do so. Brad Pitt was quite suitable after receiving the audition notice, but his schedule was difficult to coordinate, so I couldn't wait, so I had to look for other actors who were suitable for the film role. So, although you set your initial target as Brad Pitt, you didn't regard him as the most absolute choice. You actually had many targets. The reporter immediately grasped the key point and asked again. That's right. Lemon nodded immediately, without leaving any trace of lying. I had a lot of candidates in mind. Later, when I watched Wind Talkers again, I finally confirmed that Nicolas Cage would play the role. That's it. It's getting late. I have to go in first. Throwing down this sentence, Lemon turned and walked out of the interview area. As he walked into the theater, his agent Johnson quickly caught up with him and immediately explained, Brad Pitt did not take the initiative to reveal this news. We CAA have been notified. It should be MGM Home Entertainment that disclosed it to the outside world, which led to Brad Pitt being asked questions by reporters when he attended an event. It was difficult for him to avoid such an occasion. I know. Lemon answered calmly, and he didn't look like he was affected by anything. After arriving at the screening room, a hypocritical smile appeared on his face again. Accompanied by Johnson, he greeted many people in the circle enthusiastically. In any case, they were able to be there today because they gave Lemon face. These tedious interpersonal interactions and possible connections also need to be carefully managed. After a full half an hour, Lemon finally left the polite crowd and found Ryan, Thomas and others sitting in a secluded place. Are you done? Ryan and Thomas were chatting. Seeing Lemon sitting in his seat with a tired expression, they couldn't help but tease him. Dealing with them is more tiring than editing a movie. Haha, the more capable, the more work. Ryan continued to laugh unkindly, and Thomas was also beside him. Although he didn't say anything, the joking meaning on his face was also particularly obvious. It's fine if you two don't help me, but you sit there leisurely and talk so eloquently. Lemon said speechlessly, and suddenly remembered something, and then asked, where's George? Hasn't he arrived yet? Oh, he went to manage relationships and make favors. Didn't you see him just now? Maybe. There are so many people, and my face is stiff from all the greetings. How can I pay attention to so many things? At this time, the red carpet outside began to lose its stamina. After experiencing the noise of fans at the opening, the gathering of stars in the first half, and the leading actors leading the jokes in the middle, The appearance of Eva Green and other cast and crew or filming crew did not cause any waves at all, but instead let the atmosphere on the scene slowly settle down. Under the leadership of the host, everyone walked towards the interior of the theater in an orderly manner, completely ignoring the existence of this group of people. The filming crew behind the scenes were used to this, and they calmly passed through the passage first and went inside. Eva Green wore a lavender, very gorgeous evening dress, enduring the cold weather, but she didn't expect that her first red carpet show in her life would be so bad. She looked lonely, but still forced herself to cheer up, proudly stepped on her high heels with a smile on her face. She didn't admit defeat. One day, she would attract everyone's attention, including that cruel man, she thought, and her figure became more and more elegant. I'm you. Chapter 103 Life and Death Are Destined. Please subscribe and recommend. At the request of the organizer, they checked to see if there were any hidden photographic equipment. Bella didn't have any of these, so she passed the inspection quickly with the invitation. Entering the quaint screening room of the Chinese theater, the entire space was slowly filling up, and the audience and fans entered calmly and orderly. It seemed that the seats would be full. More than 800 audience members were whispering in low voices, and the hot atmosphere began to slowly spread in the air. Perhaps because of her profession as a columnist and film critic, Bella was arranged to sit in a very good position, the third row close to the big screen. After a simple nod and a greeting to Lucy not far away, Bella took out a pen and a notebook from her handbag and waited quietly for the movie to start. As a director, Lyman naturally sat in the first row. He sat in the middle, with Ryan, Thomas, and George on his right, and Nicolas Cage, Heath Ledger, John Bernthal and other leading actors on his left. As for the filming team or other invited actors, only Eva Green sat in the third row with the media reporters. At this time, looking at the dark screen and listening to the discussions around him, Lyman couldn't help but think about it. The last time he held a proper premiere was at the Sundance Film Festival. This time, he brought a new work. The difference is the screening venue, but the same is that it still needs to be appreciated by the audience and film critics. In the work Fury, he added a lot of his own ideas, unlike Buried or Three Idiots, which kept the original theme framework unchanged and made improvements. Of course, he was very satisfied with his attempt. From the moment he finished editing, he was very confident. However, whether it will be successful and whether the audience can accept it will still be seen in the next few weeks. He was full of anticipation, but also a little nervous. The complex changes made him a little nervous. The people around him also had their own feelings. No one spoke, only the sound of the audience behind them could be heard. About half an hour later, the lights in the screening room slowly dimmed, and Fury opened. In the darkness, a white light lit up, and the Europa Films logo appeared first. The entire screening room gradually quieted down, and everyone was concentrating. Suddenly, the picture flashed, and the opening animation of Man Studio appeared on the big screen. A blue butterfly, from cocooning to breaking out of the pupa, finally fluttered and flew towards the light spot. Then the sound and shadow of the butterfly disappeared, and the light spots scattered to form the English abbreviation of the studio. Just like Three Idiots, after the iconic production title, the film went straight to the theme, and the beginning was a panoramic sketch. Bella couldn't help but adjust her sitting posture, let out a long breath, and entered the world of rage under the guidance of the melodious and tragic orchestral music. The vast and magnificent plains were slowly presented to all the audiences under the accompaniment of the majestic symphony. The documentary-like lens depicted the magnificence of nature so realistically that when the lens slowly looked down from the sky to a small town next to it, the incomparable visual effect contrast made people intoxicated. Then the scene turned. An elderly woman was sitting on a chair in a room. She looked up at the photos hanging on the wall, and then took out a military identification tag from the drawer with tears in her eyes. It is also commonly known as a dog tag. It is a must-have configuration for every active US military, and is used as a soldier's identity certificate. On some rusty necklaces, the identification tag hanging on it clearly had a mark of being penetrated. This tag belongs to her son, who was also one of the many victims on the battlefield in Eastern Europe during World War II. At this time, the photo of her son on the wall made the old woman more and more devastated. She could no longer control her emotions and started crying hysterically. It turned out that today was her son's birthday. She cried loudly for a long time before she gradually recovered her emotions. The old woman put the identification card in her palm. She gently stroked the marks engraved on it, as if she was lost in memories. The screen went black and then lit up again. At the same time, the production information of the film began to appear. After a series of cast and crew, several very important creators appeared. Nicolas Cage, Heath Ledger, producers, George, Ryan, director, Lyman. Then another line of words appeared. Peace breeds war, and war breeds peace. A new style. Bella exclaimed in her heart, with a slight smile on her face. This director seems to be very talented. The shots and scenes can be clearly seen to be different from those in Three Idiots. The softness and warmth of the past are all gone, and it has become the simple and desolate in this fury. The only thing that hasn't changed is the long shot at the beginning of Three Idiots. The last minute or so is almost the same. This movie is so boring. Bella heard a man's voice complaining from behind. She turned her head and took a look. The theater was dark, and she could only see heads. The man continued, I've said I'm going to see 007, Die Another Day. Halle Berry is in it, and it's not as good as this crappy movie. Jennifer, I bet you, it's definitely not good. It's been nearly 2 hours, and I feel like I'm going to fall asleep. I've been queuing for so long, and spent $60 on 2 tickets, just to see a plane and an old woman. What the hell is this? It's not worth it. Bella was about to ask him to be quiet, but the girl next to him had already whispered, if you want to see it, go see 007 yourself. I want to see this one, understand? The man complained in a low voice again, then closed his mouth helplessly, and sat there in silence. Bella was finally able to watch the movie with peace of mind. What will you bring me this time? She murmured to herself. The music gradually changed, with a hint of sadness and the melodiousness, and on the left side of the screen, the picture turned, and it was clear that a group of soldiers were stationed in the barracks, and people kept coming in and out of the door. Then the camera switched to the interior of a tent in the military camp, where several soldiers dressed as commanders were sitting together and discussing the next move of the troops. The story officially began. Will they like this movie? Nicolas Cage looked at the screen and suddenly asked Lemon beside him. Lemon looked over and found a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. Yes, you performed very well in it. Lemon affirmed the role he played with words and pressed his hand with his hand. When did you lose confidence in yourself? Cage, this is a bit unlike you. He knew where Nicolas Cage's uneasiness came from. This was his first movie after the failure of Wind Talkers. If it was not successful, his career, which he had worked hard for so many years, would most likely be cut short, and he would also lose all the war-themed roles directly. This is not a joke. Reality is so cruel. Even he himself knows it very well. But Lemon's comfort obviously didn't work. Nicolas Cage was still a little nervous and grabbed the handrail tightly. Lemon didn't know how to comfort him. Words without facts sounded so pale and powerless. He had to pat his hand again, retract his gaze, and look at the screen again. The camera switched. From the military camp at the beginning, it switched to a wasteland. Soldiers in German uniforms were digging trenches in 2s and 3s, arranging fortifications, waiting for the possible war. The camera turned. The German commanders began to appear in the camera, and they were also talking loudly. In connection with the theme propaganda of World War II, coupled with the portrayal of these scenes, it is obvious that the Allies are going to attack Germany. Next, the picture changed again, and it was the appearance of the sergeant played by Nicolas Cage. He was half sitting in a tank that was moving forward steadily. The big word Fury was printed on the side of the tank, which perfectly corresponded to the title of the film. The sergeant looked at the scenery along the way. His face full of frosty was extremely calm. He took out a military pot from the marching bag behind him and slowly drank a big sip of water. Then he told his squad of soldiers about some matters and action instructions that needed to be paid attention to when the war started, and asked them to concentrate. However, before the Allies officially arranged their firepower, the Germans had already launched a fierce attack on them. The whistling sound of artillery shells and machine guns merged into a symphony of death, constantly harvesting the lives of Allied soldiers. The Allies reacted quickly when the war broke out suddenly. Each unit formed a firepower network according to the order issued by the commander at the beginning. Soon, the Allied advantage of both number and equipment over the Germans was deeply reflected. Even though the Germans had already arranged defense lines and dug trenches, they were easily torn apart under the double blow of light bombers and artillery shells. The sergeant's squad was a tank unit driving the largest land fire suppression equipment, so naturally they didn't have to stand on the front line at the beginning. When the German defense line was torn apart, the commander threw this unit into the front battlefield. Dozens of tanks formed a horizontal line, followed by infantry in the gaps on both sides, and drove towards the enemy's position with a crushing momentum. Under the suppression of strong artillery fire, they soon drove half of the distance. But the German army was very brave. Even if all the previously arranged fortifications were blown up, they still did not retreat a single step. The two sides fought a close-range life and death battle at a distance of more than 10 meters. People were constantly knocked down by bullets and dragged down by their respective medics. War has always been a matter of life and death. Casualties are sometimes really just a string of numbers. Don't worry. Radio edit. Chapter 104. Fortune and honor depends on heaven. Please subscribe and recommend. In late March, 1945, the weather was very good with high visibility. As dusk approached, the offensive and defensive battles continued. Whenever the Allied forces rushed up the hillside behind the trench, they would be immediately pushed back by the Germans with more intense firepower. As the two sides were in a stalemate, the sky was getting darker, and the mutual offensive and defensive battles came to an end. Except for occasional surprise attacks or artillery bombardments, the Allied forces no longer had large-scale soldiers pressing forward. The Germans were the same, struggling to hold on, hoping for reinforcement. The Fury tank drove smoothly back to its position, and the team's tense nerves began to relax. Several people climbed out of the tank, and Bible couldn't wait to take out a pack of crumpled cigarette boxes from his pocket and share them with his brothers. He used a kerosene lighter with a silver white metal shell, which was a German trophy seized in a battle, to light the cigarette. But for the sergeant, the faint white smoke rose, making people breathe a sigh of relief. In the makeshift military camp, soldiers from different countries occasionally passed by in groups of 3 or 4. They chatted with each other. Even though there were many soldiers who were receiving treatment nearby, and they might die in pain from wound infection the next moment, no one showed pity. Their faces were calm or smiling, and they were glad that they survived the battlefield again. After a simple night's rest, the sky was slightly bright, and the Allied forces could not wait to launch an offensive again. It was artillery fire again, and the same infantry tank coordinated combat method. The speed of the advance was as fast as before, except that it was blocked when it reached the same high slope as yesterday. But what was slightly different today was that the German army had prepared some means to deal with tanks. The tracks of the Fury were also blown off, and it was besieged by dozens of iron fists. The sergeant asked Bible and Kun to stay inside the tank, and rushed to the back of the earth slope blocking the fire fortress with the lookout and Goddard. Allied comrades were constantly injured by bullets from above. The sergeant did not need to give orders, as the accompanying medical team was already trying to rescue the wounded. But faced with such a simple environment and a variety of serious injuries, all they could do was give the wounded a shot of morphine. As for whether they could survive, it all depended on their luck. The sergeant hid behind the earth slope and wanted to ask for support, but when he took the communicator, he found that it had lost its voice along with its owner. The sergeant had no choice but to continue leading his team in the battle. They extended the blasting tube into the enemy's position. Then, with a cry of "Be careful of the bomb," the first line of defense was finally captured. But the battle was far from over, and the second line of defense constructed by the German army was still pouring countless bullets at them. The captains of several Allied teams discussed countermeasures. At this time, the sergeant quickly leaned forward and took a look. He found that the 5 MG-42 general-purpose machine guns hidden behind the sandbags were the biggest threat to this line of defense. If they were not dealt with first, it would be difficult to get through. But the accuracy of artillery shells was too poor, which was why the German positions had not fallen after so many bombardments. So, after several people discussed, dozens of soldiers quickly half leaned out to attract the enemy's attention and took the opportunity to let several snipers in the team run to the enemy's firepower blind spot. Bible also went there. He was the best shooter in the Fury team. This group of people lived up to their mission and successfully won the opportunity for the snipers to reach the combat site. Bible prayed in his mouth and aimed the sniper rifle at the enemy behind the sandbag. As Bible pulled the trigger, gradually, several machine guns stopped moving. The large force hidden behind the earth slope took the opportunity to launch a large-scale charge. Afterwards, they started to clean up the German positions behind the earth slope. Just like the Germans, the Allied soldiers had no mercy in the face of their enemies. But after the battle, the sergeant's right hand holding the gun trembled slightly. When charging, the lookout of his squad fell under the stray bullet. The commander's strategic intentions were achieved. Another piece of the battle map between the two sides was occupied by the Allies, and the remaining resistance of the German army would only be weaker. Although they also paid a heavy price, it was all worth it, wasn't it? Maybe. The question of whether it was worth it was not important to the sergeant, even if thousands of soldiers died in this operation, even if they all had their own families, and there were people in their families looking forward to their return. But what he was sad about now was still the sacrifice of the lookout of his squad. When cleaning the battlefield, he held the lookout's identification card, together with the suicide note that the lookout had written long ago, and was melancholy about how to send it back. The sergeant standing in the center of the battlefield smoked silently, and then the camera began to turn around and silently pulled up. His figure began to become small, and the audience was able to see the tragic attack and defense of the entire battle position. Under the smoke, the earth pits that were blown out, and the torn fortifications seemed to witness this battle. After returning to the camp, the sergeant took an envelope, which contained the lookout's suicide note and identification card. After writing down the exact address, he asked someone to mail it. On the way back, the sergeant saw a team of soldiers escorting prisoners. Some of them seemed to be in a bad mood, cursing and beating the German prisoners who were stripped of their equipment and unarmed in front of them from time to time. He didn't care and continued to return to the squad station. After a while, someone called his name. The sergeant looked back and saw that it was one of his own commanders. The purpose of his coming here was naturally for the list of casualties reported by the sergeant. His squad was a very secure tank team in the army. In any case, the number of people must be kept intact at the first time, so he came here to fill in Norman. The sergeant knew that Norman was a new recruit who had probably never held a gun on the battlefield. He was a little dissatisfied, because newcomers have always been unstable factors on the battlefield, and he didn't want his team to bear this burden. The sergeant's wish was just to end the war quickly and return to his hometown, but the premise was that he could walk out of the battlefield alive. He pulled the commander to a secluded place and refused. But what can the commander do about this? He also wants his tank team to maintain the best combat effectiveness, but isn't there anyone? They have penetrated deep into the hinterland of the German army. It seems beautiful, but there are still many guerrilla enemies inside. Even the supply of materials is often blocked, not to mention mobilizing more people from the rear. Although the Allied forces are not scattered, they also have a sense of doing things on their own. If they shirk responsibility, who will pay attention to these problems? The sergeant was convinced. Since there was no other way, he could only accept the fact that Norman joined his team. Norman was confused. He was originally a clerk, but he suddenly joined the frontline troops. At night, everyone sat around and chatted, but Norman didn't know what to say. He didn't know anyone else, and greeted them awkwardly. The other four were veterans who had been through many battles. They had no intention of paying attention to this noisy recruit, and talked to themselves. On the second day, the troops were divided and continued to expand the strategic section from the southeast and northeast. The journey was safe and sound, and Norman gradually began to integrate into the Fury squad. The sergeant taught him how to be a good lookout, and told him how to observe the direction. These were the responsibilities he would have to bear in the future. The vision inside the tank was very poor, and an outside eye was needed to tell them where to fight, and where to advance. In this way, after 3 days of steady marching, they came to a house area, where a battle was taking place. The commander of the team ran to ask, and found out, that this was an Allied vanguard. They found this place while chasing the traces of the German army and immediately launched an offensive. Since there are enemies and they are blocking their way forward, they also have to help the vanguard of the friendly forces to capture this place. Before the battle, Norman was a little nervous. The sergeant comforted him and said that it was a small scene and there was no need to worry. In this kind of housing area, tanks are naturally not very useful. There are too many bunkers. After randomly bombarding the target a few times, it was found that the lethality was not enough. The sergeant decisively ordered to leave 2 people to continue bombarding and climbed out of the tank with Norman and Bible. Norman hid behind the bunker, listening to the sound of bullets fired, watching the comrades around him being injured from time to time, and was at a loss. The teachings and beliefs of the past turned to ashes at this moment. In this most real battlefield, he seemed to be in a state of hallucination. I just felt that everything around him was so strange. Not far away, a comrade fell down in pain, blood flowing from his wound. "Save me." He looked at Norman hiding under the bunker, but he was still unconscious, just looking at him blankly, and closed his eyes. Norman looked around. The 2 sides were fighting. He adjusted the helmet on his head, as if only this could give him a sense of security. Why was he here? He thought so. "Lie down." The sergeant shouted and pulled Norman over. The shells landed beside them with a loud bang. Norman was pulled out of his trance by the sergeant. He looked at the other party and clenched his weapon. Seeing his appearance, the sergeant pushed him under another bunker. He had no time to take care of him now. He had to continue fighting. It is common for recruits to make mistakes, which is why the sergeant is reluctant to lead new recruits. On the battlefield, perhaps just a moment of distraction may cost you your life. He didn't want to send a suicide note for his teammates again. Soon, the German soldiers on the opposite side were all wiped out. From the moment they joined the entire battle, winning was inevitable. It is indeed a small scene, wolves. Chapter 105. Urging people to grow. Please subscribe and recommend. After the battle, it was extremely bleak. I don't know when it started to drizzle in the sky. The Bible complained that the weather in Germany was always so capricious. The troops had no choice but to simply clean up the battlefield, collect the bodies of the fallen soldiers, and prepare to rest here for a night, and then set off to the scheduled gathering place the next day. At night, Norman looked at his trembling right hand in silence, while the sergeant smoked on the side. His military exploits were improved again, but he was not happy at all. He was really tired of such days and just wanted to return to his hometown and live the quiet and peaceful life in his imagination. Everyone couldn't fall asleep and started chatting. Everyone saw the performance of the new recruit Norman. At this time, Kun began to speak. He said that he didn't even have enough food at home before, and his family was very poor. He felt that the welfare of the army was good, so he joined the army. When he first went to the battlefield, although he was nervous, he agreed that war was good for him. Because he could eat enough, it also trained his judgment and tempered his will. He used to be confused about the future, but now, even if he doesn't fight anymore, he has the confidence to live well. So, he told Norman not to be afraid, and that everything would be fine, only if he overcame the inexplicable fear at the beginning. But the sergeant couldn't think so. He had been in the army for much longer than Kun, and had seen the team members he had been with day and night sacrificed in front of him, and more than once. That feeling was quite a heavy sense of guilt. He would always comfort himself in his heart, such a sacrifice is worth it, and it can save 5 times, 10 times, or even more people. If he didn't think so, he would have collapsed mentally. Only by convincing himself that war is meaningful can he not be oppressed. The Bible was silently reading prayers beside him. He kept doing this, and only after reading it once did he join the topic. Discuss the meaning of joining the army. He was the most religious person in the team, and a bunch of nonsense like Lord and Father opened up Norman's topic. He looked at the rising candlelight, and seemed to be lost in memories. He talked about his family. His father died of a serious illness early, and his mother worked 2 jobs to support the family. Due to the great pressure of life, she always came back very late. Every time, Norman wanted to wait for his mother, to chat and talk with her. But when his mother really came back, looking at her tired body, for some reason, he didn't dare to disturb her, and always pretended to be asleep. Such days are really hard to bear, not to mention that he has a younger brother who is only 5 years younger than him. He wanted to help his mother share the pressure, but there was no good way. Until he saw the newly released conscription notice. The treatment on it was very good, so he came in like this. He said it easily, but his teammates beside him could empathize. Everyone is different, but fate brings them together here. The sergeant looked at Norman's tender face and seemed to think of the countless nights when he held on just to see his mother returning late at night. Perhaps only in this way can he fall asleep peacefully. Everyone talked about their concerns until midnight, and then they fell asleep. The next day, the marching troops arrived at the gathering place, and under the command of the commander, they were divided into 2 groups again. In order to expand the results of the war and end the war as soon as possible, everyone was anxious. After all, they had conquered many frontal battlefields of the German army. Now the main force of the Allied forces was biting the main force of the other side. All they had to do was to clear the remaining remnant of the enemy along the way. No one knew what Norman felt about last night's words. But what the Fury squad knew was that as the number of battles increased, Norman's hand pulling the trigger became more and more stable, his demeanor became calmer, and he even spoke less. When they were not fighting, everyone liked to chat, but he always liked to listen, but didn't like to talk. Maybe this is growth. War brings more than that, and there is also the gradual disappearance of human nature. He is no different from everyone else. He has such faith in the Bible. When he was hit by an anti-tank shell for the first time, he was scared to pee his pants. But what about now? Norman also went from close contact with death at the beginning, to the first trembling killing, to calm killing, and it seemed that there was no difference. There is no gradual progress in war. Every time it is a storm. Only by swallowing cowardice and abandoning pain can you survive. Doesn't everyone always have some insights at the turning point of their life? When he faces a random hunting of the god of death or the landing of a shell, what will come to his mind? Helplessness, fear, confusion, pain, or grievance? No one knows, but Norman has become a qualified soldier. Do you know why he is here? He is here to kill you. Do you know why you are here? You are here to kill him. Perhaps as the Bible says, everyone who goes to the battlefield has his own emotions and feelings, whether excited or numb, but in the end they will turn into a torrent on the charge. Unknowingly, more and more lives disappeared in the fire of the Fury tank. By the end of April, the dawn of victory and the war was already visible. The main force of the German army was defeated again. They clamored to push all the children and women onto the battlefield, but everyone knew that they could not resist for long. The Allied forces were getting stronger and stronger, and the German people began to flee. They might know that the government they had always trusted had gone crazy. In such a good situation, the commanders asked all troops to block various strategic points to prevent the Germans from jumping off the wall and fighting guerrilla warfare. They wanted to wipe out the remaining living forces in one fell swoop. This order was passed down layer by layer, and finally the Fury squad, with another team of infantry, was ordered to guard the entrance to a house area in the rear. This is the only 2 main roads that can break out of the encirclement in several towns around, and the other one is also defended by troops. The 2 teams were merged and commanded by the sergeant. Everyone sorted out some ammunition and supplies and went there. After arriving at the position, they began to deploy the combat defense line. The infantry squad was arranged behind the simple fortifications on both sides of the nearby road, and the Fury tank was hidden in the house area. They talked and laughed in the rubble of the town, not worried about anything. For 2 days, it was very peaceful. Except for the fleeing people, there was no trace of the German army. This is normal. After all, the front army is still suppressing, and the rear is attacked, and it is unknown how many defense lines will be broken. The raid along the way has already been done once, which also makes them feel safe. Everyone is even thinking that soon, when the war ends, and they return to their hometowns, should they come out to get together? It was another ordinary day. They stood guard. Kun took out a record player that he had looted yesterday and turned it on. Listening to the incomprehensible singing of the German girl in the record, everyone was very comfortable. Kun listened to the music and talked about dirty jokes. He said that his former neighbor was a widow with big breasts. many times. Every night when it was quiet, he always thought of this and said that he would go back and try to have a relationship with her. Although the content of the chat was very vulgar, this was exactly what these soldiers, well, single men liked. The sergeant smiled and didn't speak. Norman was also very calm, wiping the gun in his hand, as if he thought that he would soon go back to his hometown and see his mother. The military merits he accumulated will definitely allow his family to live a slightly better life. But at this moment, the sergeant heard the sound of vehicles moving forward. His years of military career made him very alert, and he immediately took the telescope and looked out. He saw a troop with a *** flag moving towards this side. A truck full of people was driving steadily, and through the telescope, he could clearly see that there were many young guys inside. Although he was a little surprised why a group of enemy troops had appeared behind him, the sergeant immediately ordered everyone to return to their combat positions. The Bible went up to a window in the attic and observed the situation from above, and gestured that the enemy was still 500 meters away. At the same time, the German truck arrived first, and the people on it were talking and laughing, as if they were not going to fight at all. The soldiers who were ambushing on the side, how could they miss the opportunity? Seeing that the other side was so unprepared, they were ready to raise their weapons. Then, with the explosion of the mine, the sergeant and others launched a fierce attack on the panicked German troops on the truck. Machine gunner Norman kept firing bullets, hitting the fleeing German soldiers. The German army was stunned by the sudden attack, but the follow-up troops also rushed over quickly. The enemy had a large number of people and good equipment. In the hail of bullets, casualties soon began to occur on their side. Several members of the infantry squad were directly blown away by an M260 mortar shell, and the broken body tissues were scattered everywhere. At this time, the Bible in the attic was also in crisis. He aimed his sniper rifle at the enemies hiding behind various bunkers, and prayed every time he fired a shot. Soon, his gunshots attracted the attention of the enemy, and the howitzer's gunhead gradually aimed at his attic. The Bible opened his squinting eyes and shouted loudly, "Kun, get down quickly." With a gunshot, thick smoke rose from the attic. Kun, who was lucky enough to escape, looked at the position where the Bible used to be with tears in his eyes, and then roared, and rushed to the Fury tank hidden behind the house area. Got it, the loader on the side, understood Kun's idea, and climbed into the tank with him. Soon the tank woke up with a roar and slowly drove towards the German position. The ground was shaking, as if it was going to witness the most tightly guarded fortress-like killing weapon on land. The German army on the opposite side also soon discovered this scene. They fired machine guns and bombarded with mortars, but it was all in vain. The tank still moved steadily towards this side. The gunhead was slightly raised, boom, and several German soldiers nearby watched as the shells whistled and buried several comrades gathered behind the bunker along with the rubble. Yellow. Chapter 106. Already expected. Please subscribe and recommend. The fierce and hot war scenes can really make people's adrenaline soar. This is the subconscious feedback of the human brain after the visual nerves receive the picture. Kun and Goddard's counterattack was so fierce that the German position was suppressed immediately. Norman and the sergeant were also full of anger, and they kept picking up weapons to shoot at the enemy. Under the exchange of fire from both sides, this place seemed to have become a purgatory on Earth. The shaking realistic lens, the turbulent atmosphere, and even the melodious symphony tunes became unfamiliar, as if the entire battlefield was shrouded in a layer of unbreakable gunpowder smoke. The warm tones that spread under the sunset before quickly turned into cold tones with a blue glow. It was obviously daytime, but it did not give people a glimmer of hope. Everything became cold and sharp, and the close-up shots of each character were fixed with a kind of determination. Bella's body swayed with the battle on the screen, so that she had to adjust her sitting posture again, holding the armrests of the seat with both hands to calm herself down. The brain began to stop thinking. All the energy, all the attention, all the thoughts were focused on the big screen. The fateful premonition of tragedy grabbed her heart, but the emotions deep in her heart could not be released. She could only passively follow the director's lens and the character's perspective, witnessing the tragedy step by step. As more and more German soldiers died under the muzzle of the tank, they gradually came to their senses. They had more people and better equipment. Although they didn't have a big killer like a tank, they didn't have to curl up here as a target. As the German army scattered in the housing area and attacked this side, the sergeant's defensive pressure suddenly became very great. But the first to bear the brunt were the two comrades who were operating the tank. Several German soldiers bypassed the muzzle of the front and raised their iron fists. With a boom, the track of the Fury tank broke and lost its ability to move. Kun cursed, but still didn't stop his actions and continued to adjust the tank's gunhead and carry out firepower strikes. The Germans would not miss such a good opportunity. After the tanks could not move, there was a very useful tactic to deal with such iron lumps. So, several more German soldiers climbed up the tank along the back and threw the grenades in their hands into the tank's cockpit. Norman watched the Fury tank being blown up, his mind a little dazed. He seemed to have returned to the first time he went to the battlefield, with comrades who kept firing beside him, and enemies who were attacking and killing his comrades in front of him. The sergeant also lost his composure. He held a machine gun, mounted on a simple sandbag, and poured out his anger with fierce bullets. The tank, the biggest enemy blocking the German army's advance, had also been blown up, so they had no scruples. A large number of German soldiers swarmed up, and the sergeant was hit by several aimed iron fists at close range in just a moment. Fortunately, the defensive sandbags blocked it for a while. Although the fragments of the explosion penetrated him in many places, the sergeant did not die immediately. The weak sergeant took out a pistol from his waist. Although his body was bleeding, he still insisted on loading the bullets. He seemed to raise his pistol and fired back unconsciously, shooting at the enemy who was emerging. His action finally made Norman sober up. He braved the enemy's hail of bullets, ran to the sergeant, pulled him up, and hid behind the bunker in the back. The sergeant looked at him and told him weakly to run and go back to find reinforcement. But Norman didn't do it. He didn't want to leave his comrades, even if he died, he would never see his mother again. He seemed to have figured it out. No matter what the sergeant said, he didn't want to leave. On the contrary, he took out a medical kit from the team's supplies. He took out morphine and pierced the sergeant's arm with a needle. It was getting dark, and before he knew it, the sun was about to set. The battle outside was still going on. After simply treating the sergeant's wound, Norman returned to the defensive line he had arranged. At this time, they only had the last line of defense left. Norman looked at the only two remaining comrades. He said nothing and continued to fight back stubbornly. The ending was naturally not good. The German army easily broke through this last line of defense. As the three continued to retreat, the second line of mines suddenly exploded. The German offensive was temporarily stopped. They were hesitating, thinking about whether there would be mines behind. Unfortunately, this hesitation did not last long, and they slowly explored the way forward. Later, the two sides exchanged fire again, and the sky was completely dark at this time. But the German army did not intend to give up, and continued to suppress and advance forward. Soon, the two comrades hiding in the corner were hit by stray bullets one after another. They did not want to suffer. Knowing that they would die, one of them gave himself the bullet of the weapon in his hand. Norman was also injured. In the dark night, the visibility was too low, and I don't know where the stray bullet hit his right arm. The moment he was shot, a piercing pain rose up, and beads of sweat unconsciously oozed out of his forehead. He took a few breaths and calmed down the pain a little. Then, he ran to the sergeant, and saw that he was weak but still alive. The sergeant felt the movement, opened his eyes, and saw that it was Norman. He did not struggle, but let him support him, and ran to the corner of another house. The two of them just leaned against each other, and calmly welcomed death. The rhythm of the film's camera movement began to slow down. Bella whispered. At the end, the sense of the camera was obviously relieved, and the color of the picture became more desolate, which just showed the scene of the two people calmly going to death. With the German soldiers, who kept searching outside, the contrast between the dynamic and the static behavior was further highlighted. This director has really made great progress. With just this one design, people can feel an inexplicable and complex emotion being mobilized. Bella herself couldn't explain how this inexplicable feeling came from, but the shots taken by Lyman, coupled with the heavy and soothing soundtrack, can be said to complement each other. Especially when the sergeant pulled the grenade at the end. The rising explosion also represented the end of everything. Bella felt a little regretful about the characters created by this film. The entire Fury team paid the price of their lives, but the sad thing is that in half a month, Germany will announce its surrender. Is their persistence worth it? Perhaps it would have been a better choice for them to retreat directly at that time, but there is no if for all this. Just a little thought. Bella let go of this melancholy. Although the film pointed out this point somewhat obscurely, it has a funny dramatic effect. But it is undeniable that they did not compromise and firmly completed their mission as a soldier until they died. Although this behavior is stupid, it is unexpectedly touching. At the end of the film, Bella was not interested in attending the premiere press conference. She was most concerned about the film's director, Lyman, but she could tell that he didn't like dealing with the media and rarely accepted any interviews. He would probably only say some clichés at the press conference. Directors are behind the scenes professionals, and so was he. Putting the pen and notebook back into her handbag, Bella sat in her seat and prepared to leave with the audience while thinking about how to write a film review of Fury. The excellence of this work is beyond doubt, and Lyman's directing skills have become more sophisticated and familiar. Not to mention the actors, who contributed a very wonderful performance. Bella remembered clearly that Nicolas Cage had not taken on such a role that tested his expression and demeanor for a long time. When he first debuted and mainly took on literary and artistic works, it was okay. His acting range was wide and his roles were deep. They were either alternative, neurotic, or wild, but there was always a lot of room for performance. However, since he started taking on commercial films, his acting skills have not been lost. It can be seen from the role of the sergeant in Fury that he perfectly controlled the image of such a veteran. Several eye-playing scenes fully demonstrated his acting skills of the sword sheathed, but still sharp. It has been so long since he has given such a wonderful performance, or it is because the roles in commercial films are too limited. No matter how capable you are, it is difficult to display them. As for the performance in Wind Talkers, that was criticized some time ago and led to the failure of the film. It was completely nonsense by the media. The failure of a movie must be multifaceted, but who makes you topical? If not you, who will be hyped? Another surprise is the role of Norman. From a new soldier to a veteran, this completely turning point and huge difference can be interpreted very well. Especially his eye contact, which is comparable to that of Nicolas Cage. He also has an inexplicable screen temperament. He can stand out from the aura of mature actors like Nicolas Cage. He is simply a treasure actor. I just don't know where director Lyman found him. I have never seen such a person before. Oh, by the way, what is his name? Bella recalled the list of actors that passed by at the beginning of the movie, and vague memories began to emerge. Yes, Heath Ledger. Alas, is it Paulin Buried? As a film critic who admires director Lyman very much, Bella has also dug up some of Lyman's previous directorial works, since she met him at the Sundance Film Festival. Although Buried has been taken off the screen for a long time, the offline videotapes are still being distributed. Although there is a small supply in the United States, Bella, who is always thinking about it, still bought a copy. She gradually compared the images of the two characters. It's true. Why didn't I notice it when I just watched it? Bella was more and more impressed by the changeable temperament of such an actor, who could handle two completely different characters. As for the other actors in the play, although their performances were also okay, it depends on who they were compared with. They were just average, and not worth paying special attention to. Gotta have you. Chapter 107 premiere end. Please subscribe and recommend. As the screen finally turned dark, the lights above came on, and the silent theater suddenly buzzed with the audience's conversations. This movie is really good, unbelievable, a war movie that makes me want to cry. The director is so good at creating atmosphere, but the death of the sergeant and Norman at the end makes me a little upset. It would be better if the ending could be changed. A couple walked along the aisle and heard him say this, and the girl nodded in agreement. Yes, the director is too cruel. The whole Fury team died, and the people who watched it felt cold. The boyfriend also said, I think it's good. The portrayal is quite realistic, and I will watch it again when it is released tomorrow. Is your heart made of stone? The girl complained. Oh, I was wrong just now. The ending needs to be changed. The boy admitted his mistake decisively. Hearing these compliments, Bella smiled and turned around and left without paying attention to the organizer's request to invite the crew members to come up and talk. Lemon stood up, and the other film creators who were sitting also stood up. He turned his head and looked at the audience, watching them applaud and cheer enthusiastically. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The host who greeted him silently handed him a microphone. Some audience members saw this scene and whistled loudly. The whistles and applause came one after another. Lemon didn't know what to say more and more. He quietly watched the gradually boiling scene, suddenly left his seat, took 2 steps back, bent down, and bowed deeply. The applause became more enthusiastic. His ears kept receiving these signals, and all other sounds were inaudible. What should he do next? He has never been a good talker. Even negotiations and striving for interests rely on means and the other party's active concessions, rather than verbal disputes. "Thank you," he said so. After bowing, Lemon began to hug his crew members. He hugged Nicolas Cage, the actor, who was a little nervous before finally settled down at this moment, with a sigh on his face. "Did you see that? Everyone likes your performance." Lemon hugged him hard and praised him. The sergeant's presence runs through the turning points and climaxes of the whole play. Even Norman's transformation of identity needs his guidance. Nicolas Cage did not disappoint Lemon. This big man who is unruly and loves freedom by nature and talks about false love played a completely different him. A sergeant who is as hard as iron but soft, obsessed and taciturn, but always speaks with actions. His performance is crucial to the film, and he did it. "Really, Lemon, I didn't see it." He hugged Lemon back hard with a smile on his face. "Then, it was Heath Ledger. You will be a great actor," I said. "Thank you." After letting go of Heath Ledger, he hugged them one by one, Ryan, Thomas, George, and even the filming team from the crew, until Eva Green stood in front of him. She smiled, took the initiative to open her arms and greeted him. Lemon did not refuse. His feelings for her were really complicated, but at this moment, he did not want to spoil the fun. It was his own and hers. After the hug, all the main creators faced the audience. Then, Lemon picked up the microphone and said, "Thank you very much for coming to the scene, and thank you for your patience in watching the movie." The applause broke out again. After saying such polite words, he didn't know what to say. He didn't think that the filming was difficult or the production was not easy. He couldn't say such insincere words to deceive feelings, so he had to lead the topic to the actors and let them speak. After the main creators each gave a seemingly touching, but actually polite speech, it was time for the media's news interview. After all, it will be released tomorrow. It is very necessary to rely on these uncrowned kings to promote it more and attract some attention. Of course, money is indispensable in this link. To say something nice, you always need a fee, and Paramount Pictures is always prepared. After answering a few routine questions, they gave out red envelopes. Both parties were happy, and the screening was finally over. But the movie was over, and the reporters and the audience left, but some participants stayed. This group of people were naturally the connections who came to show their support. Under the guidance of the Paramount Pictures staff, everyone left the China Grand Theater and came to the banquet hall of a nearby hotel. CAA and Paramount had already prepared a reception party, which was also a very important part of the premiere. The screening in the theater was just the beginning, and the subsequent interpersonal exchanges were also indispensable. "Hi, Lemon." Soon after the party started, many people came to Lemon, the director, especially the actors, who were quite enthusiastic. "It's a wonderful movie. It's really fascinating. I hope I can have the luck to work with you once in the future," Tom Cruise said with a smile. Lemon naturally skipped this topic. Who knows if he was being polite, or if he really meant it. In any case, refusing or agreeing was not a good answer. He just raised his glass and gestured to him. "Thank you." Tom Cruise was a smart man. Seeing Lemon's euphemistic tone, he naturally knew that the other party had no intention in this regard at all. Maybe he did, but definitely not now. After drinking a glass, he saw someone else approaching and wanted to say hello to him, so he also found an excuse to leave first. "Sorry, Penelope Cruz is still waiting for me over there. Let's talk next time." "Yeah." Lemon nodded. "Hi, Lemon, this movie is great. As he said that, he also picked up the glass and gestured to him. The two sides clinked their glasses, and Lemon smiled and said, "Thank you." Jennifer Lopez suddenly came over and whispered, "Would you like to go to my house for a cup of coffee tonight? Next time?" Lemon declined. Jennifer Lopez didn't bother, but what was the matter with that unsatisfied look before leaving? Lemon knew very well why these people were so enthusiastic. He was a director and they were actors. This meant that these people were willing to show a friendly attitude to manage the relationship between the two parties, but those who were truly powerful in the film industry would obviously not do so. For example, Shirley Lansing, although she had a smile on her face, her hypocrisy and courtesy were not concealed. For her, what she really needed was a profit generated by the film. As for who created the profit, it didn't matter. His identity as a director was there, and his achievements were obvious to all. This meant that he didn't care about the people who tried to win him over, and the people he needed to win over were destined to be unreliable. Whether it was connections or relationships, it was often so cruel and realistic. "Hey, Tom, where have you been?" In a corner of the banquet hall, Penelope Cruz put the wine glass on the table in front of her, looking at her boyfriend Tom Cruise with some complaints. "You left me here alone without saying a word, and without even telling me in advance." "Sorry, Penelope, I just went to have a drink with Director Lemon, so I was a little delayed." "Is he special? Do you need to take the initiative to make friends with him?" Penelope Cruz was just a Spanish actress earlier, and she debuted in the TV drama circle. Naturally, she didn't understand the differences in the American film industry and asked with a slight frown, "No, he's not special at all." Tom Cruise emphasized, "It's just that his success came too quickly, and his progress is very surprising." He looked back at the young director, who was still surrounded by a group of people, and said with some emotion, "A year ago, who had heard of him? But a year later, 3 idiots and this fury. Well, how can I put it? He always succeeds. Who knows about the future? Maybe he will soon grow to the point that I need to make friends with him seriously. Now it seems that he is not far away." Penelope Cruz looked over there. She recognized at a glance that the director Coen brothers and the famous Nicole Kidman were surrounding the man. Seeing their attitude of talking and laughing, they were not facing a little person who was still unknown a year ago. That's right, a movie directed by a little person would make Paramount Pictures and CAA go to such great lengths to hold a premiere of this scale. Thinking about it this way, it's not surprising. Penelope Cruz sighed softly. Other people's success is always particularly enviable. Think about it, it only took her more than a year to climb from the bottom of the film industry to her current position. Compare it with herself. She has been practicing dance since she was a child, but what is the result? Just because of her Spanish identity, even if she is already famous in her own country, she is still worthless in Hollywood and has to start from scratch. If she hadn't used some tricks to get close to Tom Cruise, she probably wouldn't have had any chance to act. And I heard that he is a French director. Such a sharp comparison makes people feel inexplicably sad. Americans like him, but not her. Even if there is Tom Cruise, she can only mess around in the TV circle. Not to mention the heroine of the movie, she won't even be asked to play a supporting role. In this world's largest film market, there are so many opportunities, but they have nothing to do with her. Inexplicably, she glanced at Tom Cruise again. Although they are boyfriend and girlfriend, she can't feel any other care. Perhaps in his eyes, she is just insignificant. Oh, men are always like this. But it's okay, I have ulterior motives, it won't hurt myself. It's just a matter of getting what we need. She is very open-minded. Dizzy. Chapter 108 Miss Eva, subscribe and collect. Knock, knock. Lyman? The continuous knocks on the door made people irritated. Oh, disturbing my sweet dreams. Lyman slowly opened his eyes on the big bed in the hotel. He felt dizzy and a little nauseous. He felt tired all over, and half of his body was numb. The ceiling was light yellow, the chandelier was retro, and the decoration was exquisite. The familiar environment made Lyman's mind calm down a little. Last night, he really drank a lot. He clinked glasses one by one, but he didn't want to lose face, so he had to drink one glass after another. This is how interpersonal relationships work. Lyman had participated in similar drinking parties in his previous life, but after coming here, he rarely drank like this. After all, he stood up, and more people were willing to pay attention to him. It's a good thing, haha. With a severe headache and dizziness, there was another knock on the door outside. Lyman struggled to get up. But, HMM. A delicate cry, followed by a pair of jade hands hugging him. Lemon, who had just half sat up, had his brain freeze instantly. What happened last night? Her soft hair was scattered, and she was soft and fragrant. This look, this touch, isn't it Eva Green? How could she appear here? No, this is the hotel room, where he usually stays. What's going on? He needs to figure it out. Lemon thought about it. His brain was about to explode, and he couldn't remember how Eva Green appeared on his hotel bed. The arms, like white lotus roots, tightly embraced Lemon's waist. The upper body was only a white bra with the pattern of a hard support ring. Lying sideways like this, it made her cleavage look deeper. The strawberry mark on her neck made Lemon feel like he had missed a lot of exciting plots. He slowly let go of Eva Green's hand and was about to put on his clothes, go outside, and scold the person who was still knocking on the door. But he didn't expect that before he put on his pants, Eva Green seemed to notice something, and her beautiful eyelashes trembled twice. She woke up. Eva Green looked at Lemon beside her and smiled. What? Lemon was still confused. Why are you here? The girl smiled and looked a little happy. Last night, Eva Green stood in the corner of the crowd, watching everyone surrounding Lemon. They were talking and laughing, both men and women. The women were making small movements. Eva Green was very lonely, but who knew that after he got a little drunk, the first person he thought of was her. Last night, you brought me here. You asked the driver to take us back to the hotel. The room number was told to me by the front desk. Lemon rubbed his head, but still couldn't remember. Maybe he was teased too much last night, and he drank a lot, so this happened. Okay, thank you, take me back. If you can't remember, then forget it. Lyman has always been free and easy, and it's better to let things take their own course. Although he wanted to draw a line at the beginning, because he couldn't control this smart and ambitious woman at all. She wanted too much, and Lyman was destined not to give it to her. Eva Green's smile froze for a moment, but then she thought of what happened last night, and became happy again. She didn't know how attractive she looked now. Lyman looked at her beautiful face, beautiful eyes, and unforgettable figure. A burst of anger rose in his heart, and he didn't want to know who was knocking on the door outside. You can knock. I have more important things to do now. As the saying goes, the treasure is as thin as a coral mountain. The hair is lightly gathered, and a cloud rises from the sleeves. The beauty of the past meets again. The love is swirling, and the phases are changing. The red waves of a few layers of mandarin dark clothes wrinkle. I feel the black hair, panting and interlocking. The treasure is in front of the snow chest. The desolate evening rain wets the sleeves. Since I don't know last night, I will review it again. Then, he went to the bathroom to solve the hygiene problem, and Lyman immediately felt refreshed. He looked at Eva Green, who was still lying on the bed. After saying hello, he pushed the door open and walked out. At this time, the knocking sound outside had disappeared at some point. He didn't want to think about it, so he took the breakfast brought by Thomas, asked for a cup of hot coffee, and lowered his head to eat. Sit down. Lyman greeted Eva Green casually in the hall downstairs. When he saw her coming downstairs, Ryan walked in from outside while enjoying French bread and bacon fried eggs. Hey, Lyman, I just knocked on the door to call you. Didn't you hear it? It's past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I thought you weren't hungry. Oh, I slept too soundly. I really didn't hear it. Sorry, Ryan. Come and sit. Have you eaten? Lyman continued to greet. As for why he didn't hear it, there was naturally no need to explain in detail. Eva Green was eating French toast, and her pretty face blushed when she heard Lyman lie. Ryan sat down, but didn't say anything about Eva Green's presence. Last night, he also saw Lemon asking Eva Green to accompany him. As for the relationship between them, Lemon didn't make it clear, and he didn't need to know. Lyman. Thomas was reading a newspaper and handed Lemon another one. He took a sip of coffee and took it. Obviously, the content of the newspaper was related to their work rage. Fury not only satisfies the audience's desire for big scenes, but also has several battle scenes that are absolutely hearty and adrenaline pumping. It also does not over-pursue the depiction of scenes and ignore the characters. Under the wonderful performances of Nicolas Cage, Heath Ledger, Jon Bernthal and other actors, the precious comradeship makes people feel emotional. The director has an excellent grasp of the film's atmosphere, character creation and camera operation. The story's rhythm is not dragged out. The straightforward war background seems to tell everyone that this movie will not disappoint. It did. This is definitely a wonderful and excellent World War II film. Even the description of the tank scenes is unique. I heard that real tanks were invited to shoot on the spot. I think it should be right. I strongly recommend everyone to watch it. Seeing this, Lemon nodded. Is the American news media still very smart? They say they get paid to say good things and they just take the money to flatter. He opened another copy of the New York Daily and easily found content related to Fury. The director used a grand war scene at the beginning, which was really eye-catching. First of all, the opening was neat, introducing the background of the era at the end of World War II through the memories of the old woman missing her son who died in the war. Then, without giving people any time to react, it turned to the scene of the direct battle between the Allied forces and the German army. More than a dozen tanks lined up in a row also made a domineering appearance, advancing in parallel with the infantry. The fierce artillery fire suppressed the enemy and once had no power to fight back. The roar of the tanks was accompanied by the shells that exploded on the ground. The breath of war is overwhelming, igniting the audience's hormones in minutes, and the reflection on the obliteration of humanity reflected in the movie is its real moving part. Watching the immature Norman grow up step by step, the price he constantly pays, is really unexpectedly uncomfortable. Iron and blood, love and righteousness, without excessive pretentiousness. Fury rarely shoots a tough and principled touch, which allows the audience to see the most real and cruel side of war. The scene of ordinary soldiers calmly going to death will still make your nose sore, even if you think about it. Recommended. Congratulations, D. Lemon. Eva Green was also looking at the newspaper. Although there was no sign of her on it, she was still happy for Lemon. She said with a smile. Although it felt good to be praised, Lemon didn't think it was a big deal. He said lightly, Paramount's public relations are good. Lemon praised Paramount Pictures and continued, it's just the beginning. The media's praise is too empty and not worth learning from. He read a few more newspapers, all of which praised Fury from various angles. The flattery was too obvious. He didn't shoot it perfectly. Even he felt that he had exaggerated. It was just a movie that focused on commercial atmosphere. He said it as if it was going to win an Oscar. It was really not low-key. What he didn't know was that the reports in these newspapers were just a few of the most popular ones, and those film critics hadn't made any efforts yet. Film critics are strange. With the rise of the internet and later generations, they almost lost their status, influence, and traffic attention, but at this time, they were still the first impression choice of those North American audiences. The reason why those film critics were willing to praise them was not only because of the effect of red envelopes and writing fees, but also because Lemon's film really touched some people's itch. Characters are more important than background scenes, which is rare in the framework of World War II. With the recommendation of the media and the support of some film critics, the word of mouth of the premiere of Fury has been unstoppable. The efforts of Paramount, CAA, and Europa were not in vain. The Los Angeles Times, Chicago Daily Times, Le Parisien, etc. These newspapers with high sales also made efforts immediately, and the attention and influence of the film caused were naturally good. However, as for what kind of market feedback Fury can get, these are all false. Only the box office, and only the box office, is the most real data, which can convince people. After eating breakfast as lunch, Lemon looked at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Putting down the last newspaper, Lemon stood up and said, let's go to Paramount Pictures to have a look. We also need to know what the effect of the previous publicity will be. I hope that these reviews can attract more audiences to the cinema. It will definitely be. Ryan affirmed. Where's George? He went to the headquarters of Paramount Pictures early in the morning. He cares more than us. Haha. Lemon didn't care about Ryan's ridicule. George's like this, always responsible. Old Town Road, remix. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Fanbase, Subscription Recommendation. November 22nd, Friday. Early in the morning, Kurt drove out to pick up his girlfriend Lisa. After picking her up, he asked curiously, "Lisa, you asked me out so urgently, but you didn't tell me what it was for. What's the matter? Drive to the nearest movie theater first." The girl seemed very impatient. Kurt drove the car through the intersection of Los Angeles streets and drove towards the Chief Theater near Hollywood Boulevard. "Don't tell me that you called me over so urgently just to watch a movie. Is it not possible?" The girl looked out the window and replied, "It's possible, but there's no need to go so early. Wouldn't it be better in the afternoon or evening?" Kurt complained a little. His girlfriend called him early in the morning, and he thought something had happened. But this is what happened. "You were busy last night, otherwise I could have gone to the Chinese theater to watch the premiere of that movie. Now that I've missed it, I must hurry up and see it earlier." Kurt turned the car and turned into Hollywood Boulevard. "Don't tell me it's the movie called Fury. I remember you don't like war-themed movies. Why are you interested in it now?" He was a little surprised. "I don't like war-themed movies, but I like director Lyman last very much. I must watch his works." Kurt, who was driving the car, said in surprise, "You are here for this reason. Is he really that good? You don't understand? You don't like Buried and Three Idiots? How can you appreciate the talent of director Lyman?" Lisa continued, "It's a pity that I haven't seen him in person. Obviously, last night was the best opportunity, but you missed it." Kurt shook his head and said nothing. This topic can't be continued. His quick brain told him that, if he sang a different tune, something might go wrong. The car stopped in the parking lot near the Chief Rock Theater. Kurt and his girlfriend Lisa got out of the car and walked into the theater's ticket lobby. Perhaps because they came too early, and it was a weekday, there were not many people waiting to buy tickets. Die Another Day, 2 tickets. Fury, 2 tickets. Lisa said. The ticket seller took the money, gave the change, and made a few strokes in the record book next to him. He was hired for an extra job today, which was to faithfully record the ticket sales of Fury and its biggest competitor, Die Another Day, which was released nationwide on the same day, according to the Commission of the Box Office Market Data Survey Company. It was still early and the theater had only been open for less than half an hour, but there was almost no suspense in the situation observed. Just like the ticket purchase choices of the audience just now, the ticket sales of the 2 movies were not much different. To be more precise, Die Another Day, which had a larger fan base of the previous work, sold more movie tickets. As the time was approaching for the movie to be shown, Lisa took her boyfriend Kurt to sit in a seat slightly lower in the middle. After sitting down, she looked around and found that even at this early hour, there were about 20 people sitting in the theater. It seemed that Lemon Last was gradually becoming famous. In addition, the movie was promoted so enthusiastically that its market appeal was much better than when Three Idiots was released. She still remembered that when she went to the cinema to watch it, it was around 5:30 in the afternoon, and there were not so many people in the theater. In fact, Lisa had learned about the movie Fury through newspapers before she came. Compared with Three Idiots, which was spread by previews and word of mouth, the number of North American theaters that opened on the first day reached 2,600. I heard that the number of screens in France would be even higher. It was really amazing. Lisa was of course happy that the movie was recognized by people. On the one hand, her favorite director was becoming more and more successful. On the other hand, it was like a less popular song she had discovered suddenly became popular. She had an inexplicable sense of pride and a feeling of being recognized. In short, it is a happy movie. The lights went out, and the already quiet screening room became even quieter. The movie had already begun. With the vivid characters such as the Sergeant and Norman, we walked into the story woven by Lemon. It's really good. After the movie ended, Kurt couldn't help but say. Lisa glanced at her boyfriend. It was obvious that this movie was to his liking. After all, the war scenes in it were portrayed very realistically. Which man could resist the visual stimulation of both sides fighting for their lives under the rain of bullets? Although she didn't like this kind of subject matter and felt that this work was not as exciting as Three Idiots, she could accept it after watching it. Director Lyman is as good at shaping characters as always. She can forget what the story is about, but she will remember the character of Norman. The behavior of the boy who waited in the middle of the night just to see his mother sounds silly, but there is a throbbing of emotion. As for the final sacrifice, Lisa didn't think anything of it. Let's go. Yes. The duration of Fury was obviously shorter. When Kurt and Lisa walked out of the theater, 007, Die Another Day on the other side had not yet ended. Hello, I'm an investigator in the film market. The two had just walked out of the Chief Rock Theater when they were stopped by a middle-aged white man. This situation is very common, and Lisa has encountered it many times. Can I take a moment to ask you a few questions about watching movies? Seeing the two nod, the middle-aged man quickly said, do you think the movie Fury is good? Very good. It is a very good war movie. Kurt was still immersed in the aftertaste of the plot just now. I must buy a videotape of this movie and keep it well. I think it is very good too. The comradeship in the movie is very touching, and the portrayal of human nature is also very good. Lisa thought for a while and said, then which character or actor impressed you more? The middle-aged white man continued to ask. Sergeant. Nicolas Cage. Norman. After the two finished speaking, they looked at each other. As a man, you naturally like those with tougher personalities and behaviors. Besides, Norman's cowardly performance on the battlefield at the beginning, hiding behind the bunker, panic-stricken and at a loss, did leave a bad impression. Even though he finally grew into a real veteran, this transformation may not be as good as the sergeant who created an outstanding military image from the beginning. Can you please tell me in detail why you like this character? Nicolas Cage, Kurt said. I've seen a lot of his movies, and I really like his appearance and character performance in this one. He has a strong aura, and his every move carries a mature military temperament, which is very appropriate. But his girlfriend Lisa has a different opinion. I still like Norman more. Maybe it's because of the character setting. The sergeant's temperament is the same from the beginning to the end, and there is little change. On the contrary, the new recruit Norman went from being timid and immature at the beginning, to being mature and resolute later. And this transformation was not abrupt under the actor's interpretation, as if the growth history of such a new recruit was extremely real. From the trembling when he fired the gun for the first time to the stability later. He has really experienced too much and changed too much. I like such a role very much. Thank you for accepting my interview. After the middle-aged white man wrote down the answers, he handed each of them a questionnaire and a signature pen with the same name Tank in Fury printed on it. Kurt and Lisa didn't hesitate and directly chose the A+ score option on the paper. Then, the middle-aged white man took back the questionnaire, and the two signature pens were given to the two as a small gift for answering the questions. The two accepted it without hesitation, and turned to leave the theater. The middle-aged white man continued his survey and statistics work. Later, more people accepted his reward consultation. After all, this is a very common thing. Many audiences who were asked would be happy to share their viewing experience. Especially after just watching a movie, there is a good mood that you want to tell. Of course, if you have watched a bad movie, it is not necessarily the case. Some people are still willing to complain, but most of them are not in a good mood to share. Who would be willing to share with others that they have just watched a terrible movie? What about mood and rating? That would be even worse. Fortunately, the two newly released films that the middle-aged white man was ordered to investigate today have good reputations. Forget Fury, even the sequel 007, Die Another Day, which has been released for the 20th time, has received mostly good reviews. Judging from the attitude of the audience, there is no aesthetic fatigue at all, but it is highly praised. It's not surprising to think about it. The audiences who bought tickets on the first day of the release must be fans of these two movies or specific groups who are interested in the subject matter. How can they give bad reviews? If we want to really see the word of mouth, we have to conduct a survey next week. The middle-aged man thought silently. However, if we really want to compare, Fury still has the upper hand in terms of audience word of mouth. Although Die Another Day has many fans, there are also passers-by. At least their reviews are very fair. It's above the passing line. But if you really want to say where the excitement is, it's still a little bit short. There are big scenes all the time, which are quite eye-catching. Of course, 007 is as handsome as ever, and the beautiful Bond girl is also worth watching. In addition, the plot is a bit stupid, and the villains are a bit stupid and poorly portrayed. The pace is too fast. I can't remember what was said at all. The middle-aged white man collected the market data statistics and survey rating questionnaires collected today, and prepared to go back to hand in. He even thought about going to watch Fury on his day off tomorrow. Hearing the audience's comments after watching the movie, they were all quite high, which also aroused his curiosity. Men are always more interested in war-themed movies. Stitches. Chapter 110 Increased Volume, Subscription Recommendation Request. CAA office floor was bright. Although it was already 7 p.m., it was time to get off work. But Johnson was still busy in the office, and did not leave. "Hey, man, I'm going to get off work. Do you want to go home together?" The person who spoke was called Seth, also a CAA agent. The two rented houses not far from each other, so they were on the same way on the way back. There are many hard-working people in this world, and Seth is also the kind of person who is willing to work hard on his career. The two have similar personalities, and usually have a good relationship. "No, I haven't finished some things yet, you go back first." Even so, Johnson chose to decline. "It seems that you are really busy recently. Drink this every day." He pointed to another cup of brewed coffee and said, "It's not good for sleep. There's no way. Even if I go to bed late, I can't slack off at work." Johnson smiled bitterly and spread his hands. An agent behind him also noticed the two of them, turned around, and interrupted. "Johnson is different from us now. He is a busy man. Why does this sound so sour?" Johnson smiled and ignored it. Although the employee code of conduct says that everyone is equal within the company, when you really think about it, these agents are divided into different levels of status. A truly flat management method can only be thought of. How can it be realized? At CAA, although newcomers and those with certain qualifications are all separated into public offices with 4 people in a room, their status will be different. For example, he and C's are a little better than this nagging guy. Both of them have artist resources that are achieving results. Naturally, whether in terms of salary or the confidence to speak, they are better than those agents who don't have good artist resources. Speaking and opportunities can also get feedback from management. After all, he is already a middle-level force. One step up as senior agent, or even partner status of CAA. "Okay, you are busy. I'll leave first. Bye." Johnson greeted politely. As soon as the voice fell, a colleague pushed open the door of the office from outside. "Johnson, Mr. Bryan is looking for you." In the envious eyes of his colleagues, Johnson got up and left the office. He is really in the limelight now. The colleague who just said the sour words did not hide his jealousy. "If only I had signed with Director Lyman, it would be great, but what a pity." After saying that, he shook his head and turned around. C's, who had not left yet, was actually a little envious. In the past, he was definitely the loudest in this office, but now, it seems that the situation has changed. However, he did not sink into this bad mood all the time. After a little flash, he immediately strengthened his belief. Opportunities are all fought for by oneself, and if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not going all out at the beginning. At the beginning, Lemon and Kevin Hoween had a preliminary discussion, but they said who would be the leader. Everyone in their office had the opportunity to compete, but in the end, Johnson was more determined. After all, such harsh service conditions and no right to assert themselves were really not taken seriously by these CAA middle-level agents. The remuneration of each of them is not low. In a capitalist society like the United States, they can all be considered to have a foothold. Of course, they would think that, while standing and making money, they would stand up straighter. But now, maybe he still regrets it a little. Not only Hollywood actors and directors need opportunities, but their agents also need opportunities. Who doesn't want to climb up and climb to the top of the industry? Looking at Johnson, who was tired, but gradually became more energetic recently. Cease shook his head and left the CAA headquarters building. The road was chosen by himself. There is nothing to say. On the other side, Johnson walked quickly to Brian Lord's office, knocked on the door twice, and then pushed the door and walked in. "Mr. Brian," he said as he stood in front of the desk, "what do you want to talk to me about?" Just now, the box office statistics and audience word of mouth surveys before 6 o'clock came out. Brian Lord's big bald head seemed to be brighter than usual. He smiled and said, "Take a look." As he said that, he handed a sorted document to Johnson. Johnson took it, quickly browsed it, and his face became more and more happy. 2,700 theaters opened, and Fury won $6.75 million US. If the statistics of night shows are added, it should not be difficult to win $7 million. As for the audience's reputation, the survey company hired randomly consulted 4,223 audiences, of which 82% gave an A+ rating, 90% gave an A rating, and less than 1% gave a C rating. These data are enough to show that the premiere of Fury had a very good reputation, and the box office also lived up to this reputation. Lyman really didn't disappoint us. Brian Lord asked, "What is he doing recently?" "Nothing, and I haven't seen him plan a new film." Brian Lord shook his bald head, pondered for a while, and said, "In terms of director Lyman's business." He looked at Johnson. "You did a good job." Johnson had some joy on his face, but still restrained himself and said, "It's because his own potential is too outstanding." Brian Lord did not respond to his words, but said, "There is another office on the 5th floor of the company building. You can pack up and move in. In addition, you can also use most of the company's existing resources and networks appropriately." Indeed, in CAA, there is no such thing as promotion for agents, but after hearing this, Johnson understood that his position in the company was going to be greatly improved. The huge investment he made in Lyman has begun to pay off. With his hands on the table, Brian Lord saw that he had finished his instructions and casually mentioned that Johnson should handle Lyman's artist services well, and then waved his hand to let him go out of the office. At the same time, in the headquarters of Paramount Pictures in Hollywood, Shirley Lansing also obtained similar statistics for the movie Fury. These survey data are not confidential, and major film manufacturers can easily get them by paying a fee. After reading the entire market feedback, Shirley Lansing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure on her within the company is getting greater and greater. Those competitors are all coveting her position. After spending so much resources on Lyman's new work, it is inevitable to bear certain joint and several responsibilities. If it fails, her situation will definitely be worse. However, there is no if in life. The premiere reputation and market box office brought by Fury far exceeded expectations. Even if it cannot fully represent the performance trend of a film, it is generally based on something. Shirley Lansing's mood suddenly improved. She once again proved her own judgment and shut up those people. "Call Charlie, the head of the marketing department, over here." Shirley Lansing picked up the office phone and called. Charlie came over soon. "Have you seen the statistics for the movie?" "Yes." Charlie, a middle-aged white man with a slightly balding head, was sitting in an office chair. He suggested quite seriously, "I think the 2,700 theaters we are striving for in the first week are a bit conservative. The market potential of Fury has not yet been fully unleashed. Do we have to convince theaters to add more screens for the film? I understand it's a bit too few, but, Charlie, there's nothing we can do about it." Shirley Lansing shook her head. The entire North American market is so small, and with so many competitors getting involved in the Christmas season, it's difficult for theaters to arrange. Just like we are in the same period as MGM Home Entertainment, they and we have invested huge resources in film operations, and there are only so many screens, and with them standing in the way, we can't get more than 3,000 theaters as usual. That's right, but they can forget about getting more than 3,000 theaters for the screening. Shirley Lansing smiled and said nothing. This was a very natural fact. Competition is everywhere in Hollywood, from scripts to actors to directors to the theaters and filming teams behind them, all of which are battlefields that film companies need to fight and snatch for. After so many years, they are already familiar with the situation. How about Die Another Day? How did it perform? Shirley Lansing thought of the only competitor in the past 2 weeks. 2,732 theaters, and received $8.26 million. Charlie sat back in his chair and continued, "It's the first day data that fits the 007 series." Shirley Lansing nodded, expressing her understanding. After all, the fan base is there. If it can't beat Fury in the first week, it will only have less and less hope in the future. This is also a common problem of fan-oriented series movies. That is, when the first week box office is compared with the second week box office, most of them are negative growth. However, their reputation is not good. Charlie continued, according to the feedback from the survey company, their score is 7.5, while Fury has 8.6 points. Let's not talk about that. Shirley Lansing shook her head. These data are too false. The internal evaluation of market analysis makes a joke every year. What I want to hear is the evaluation of the live audience. 007. Die Another Day collected 4,632 audience questionnaires, with an A+ score rate of 78%, an A score rate of 82%, and a C score rate of 2%. Charlie expressed his opinion. The fan phenomenon on the first day was too serious. In a few days, their scores will probably plummet. Well, keep paying attention. We need to keep abreast of information in this regard, Shirley Lansing said in a deep voice. Next, the two discussed some other company affairs. But with the good performance of Fury, this side is always more attractive to everyone. Bad Day. Chapter 111 needs hype. Please subscribe and recommend. Winter is the coldest months of the year, and it is best to stay at home. Every winter is also a good time for a large number of people to increase the fat in their bodies. For the North American film market, the importance of the Christmas season is really extraordinary. Since the birth of this concept, the entire schedule has played a huge role in the blueprint of Hollywood's business strategy, and it is also the time period of the year, second only to the summer season. The two schedules together can account for 70 to 80% of the market share of North America's annual box office results. Such a situation naturally makes the Christmas season a battleground. The interests and careers of many people will be witnessed by the market Beverly Hills, a famous gathering place for the rich and famous in North America. At this moment, in a manner that occupies half of the hill, the morning sun has just climbed up the sky, and Halle Berry is in the gym. Female stars always have to work harder than others to keep in shape. Not only do they have to pay attention to their diet, but daily body shaping exercises are also indispensable. After jogging for half an hour and doing a few sets of yoga, Halle Berry took a towel to wipe the sweat off her forehead and prepared to take a break. She came downstairs and saw the housekeeper sorting the newspapers sent over. She took the entertainment edition and walked slowly to a recliner. "Now, breakfast?" the housekeeper asked as she sat down. "1 whole wheat bread and a cup of hot milk." "Okay, right away." After a while, the housekeeper brought milk and a porcelain plate with bread and placed them on the small table in front of her. After taking a sip of milk and taking a bite of bread, Halle Berry opened the newspaper. After just a few glances, her brows slightly frowned. "What, the film critics have started?" The entertainment headline on the newspaper was a column review of Fury written by a film critic named Bella. The title was, "Ideals are always peaceful, and history is always brutal. In the enduring theme of war, there have been many excellent works, and naturally, there will also be bad films. Looking at these films, whether good or bad, there is always a contradiction. That is, how to arrange the story in the big scenes of war. Saving Private Ryan focuses on the story, and it succeeded. Black Hawk Down focuses on the battlefield, and it also succeeded. The most worrying thing is that both directions are involved, but neither aspect is outstanding. And Fury, in my opinion, is biased towards the story, describing the war they have experienced from the perspective of a tank squad. After watching it, in addition to feeling that the characters were portrayed by the director with flesh and blood, the biggest feeling I had was reality. There were corpses everywhere, bloody, and they were just driven over by tanks. Some people say that the value of this movie lies in the real costumes and props, but I don't think so. That can only mean that the crew put their heart into the filming, but the reality is not this. The reality is the war. And what makes people feel sad is not the sacrifice of several characters, but that it tells a very clear reality. War always kills people, so why can't it be you? This sentence is absolutely correct. Typing and expressing my feelings. I can't feel the excitement of the battlefield at this moment. I only feel cruelty and fear. Just like the rookie Norman in the film, his hands trembled terribly when he aimed at the enemy for the first time. He might not understand why he wanted to kill that man. He is a soldier, and the other side is also a soldier, but when they are on the battlefield, they become enemies. Is it ridiculous? I don't think so. Always consider your position first. It is a matter of national and world affairs, not a personal matter. From the moment you enter the battlefield, you must only have two kinds of people in your eyes, comrades and enemies. I'm very fortunate to be born in this era. With them, our ancestors have endured all this for us. We have to thank them for fighting for us to have the right to choose. Finally, I still have to say that Fury is very well made. It doesn't talk about right or wrong. It simply tells the stories of several soldiers. I hope it will suit your taste. Halle Berry looked a little unhappy. She is so good at talking. Why didn't she comment on Die Another Day? With a bad mood. I read several reviews praising Fury one after another until I turned over the other side, and gradually, the corners of my mouth began to curl up. The story is old-fashioned. The plot design is nothing new. It's all leftovers from previous war movies. Just because it's a tank-type skin, can it be praised? Obviously, MGM Home Entertainment has started its public relations activities for Fury. There is no need to think too much. Everyone is a competitor, and smearing things should not be too common. The tank is handsome. The scene is also shocking, but the plot is cliched. It is a typical full-style commercial entertainment film. After watching it, I don't remember what it said at all. Even though I know that most of these bad reviews are means arranged by the site, Halle Berry still enjoys browsing them. It seems that seeing these, I can imagine that the box office of 007, Die Another Day crushed Fury. No one in the entertainment industry is stupid, and stupid people can't survive at all. Halle Berry naturally knows that competitors have already started, and it is more of a psychological comfort. She had read the news reports about her work a long time ago. Even with the public relations, Fury still outperformed her in terms of word of mouth. In fact, this was also within her expectations. After all, how could 007 maintain its initial prestige after so many movies? Besides, Paramount Pictures is not a fool. Can they just sit there and do nothing? Their publicity department is not idle. While promoting themselves, they also do not hesitate to attack competitors like them. After finishing breakfast in a depressed mood, the phone in the living room suddenly rang. Halle Berry stood up, and the housekeeper had already spoken. It's the agent calling. She took the call. Jones, what's up? Listening to the news from the agent, Halle Berry's face gradually darkened. You're at home, right? Wait for me, I'll be there soon. After a while, Halle Berry's agent Jones rushed over. She also looked unhappy, frowning and saying, we need to think of a way, otherwise we are likely to suffer some losses. Halle Berry naturally knew that she could have her current status, not only because she won the Oscar for Best Actress, but also because she was successful in the field of commercial films and proved her market appeal, which gave her so many opportunities to play the female lead. If the performance feedback of 007, Die Another Day is not good, she will definitely be the first to take the blame. Will anyone blame Bond? He has played in so many movies. How can he change the female lead, and the performance is not good? The media will not think that there are too many factors for the poor response of the movie. They will only seize a topic to hype it up. Halle Berry is the worst Bond girl in history. Her performance is a mistake. There is no need to think about it. When Halle Berry just received the call, she knew that if she was suppressed like this, the media would definitely smear at her. She has been on such a smooth road these years, and has blocked many people's way. After all, there are only so many Vaz roles, and everyone is a competitor. How could those people miss this opportunity to kick someone when he is down? Isn't it the nature of the entertainment industry to step on someone and see a joke? What should we do? Halle Berry asked worriedly. The box office statistics for the second day have come out. In addition to being crushed by Fury in terms of reputation, the two are already infinitely close in terms of box office. One is $12.36 million and the other is $13.16 million. In this comparison, although there is still a small advantage, don't forget that the box office growth rate of Fury is higher than that of 007, Die Another Day, which is not a good sign. I just consulted MGM. What they want is to hype up your relationship with Bond. They will make a fuss about it to attract topic traffic. Agent Jones hesitated for a moment, but still made this proposal. She came here today mainly for this matter. Why? Holberry was very strange. Although it is common in the film industry to promote the love affairs of the actors and the film crew, she, who has a certain degree of fame, in order to maintain her image, rarely does this. After all, if this kind of thing is not well controlled, it is easy to lose the favor of her compatriots. There are many people in the film industry who have chaotic private lives, but no one wants to leave a bad impression on their fans or the people because of this kind of thing. What a bitch. It's really ugly. This is not good. Very bad. So it's very strange. In the past, her agent rarely agreed to use such means. What happened today? MGM means to hype your relationship during the release of the movie and then find an opportunity to end it after the screening. My idea is that we can also use the title of Bond. As for the loss, if it is handled well, the attention we get will definitely be more direct than a little impression. Harry, your name is not loud enough. You need this. Harry thought for a long time before saying, you can do it. After that, he went back to the gym to exercise. What she cares about is not whether her love affair is hyped or not, but whether her gains and losses are worth it in this whole thing. Obviously, what Agent Jones said makes sense. The scandal between Bond and the Bond girl is obviously beneficial to the Bond girl. Since she doesn't mind, she has nothing to say. Anyway, isn't the love of female stars a carnival feast to increase their value? Those who understand will understand. One day. Chapter 112. The Same Power as Heaven. Subscription recommendation. Holberry's acting career is very lucky, which may be inseparable from her personal efforts. But to sum it up, her skin color really helped her a lot. However, from another perspective and standpoint, her skin color is also her misfortune. Holberry has no choice in this matter. Let's talk about misfortune first. She was born in the United States and grew up in Cleveland, Ohio since she was a child. But because white people discriminated against people of color everywhere in that era, Holberry also suffered a lot from skin color issues and was angry. Later, as a seed player of Miss Ohio, she participated in the Miss America Under 20 competition and successfully won the title of Miss Teen America. She thought she was successful and had a certain reputation, but she still ran into obstacles everywhere. She worked hard and persisted, but in return she still lived as a small model. Her beauty did not play any role in front of her skin color. Her companions who participated in the competition together at that time were doing well one by one, only she was still wasting time at the bottom. By chance, she participated in the movie Doll. Although it was just a small role in the play, it opened her eyes and let her know that she might be able to change her direction. However, because of her skin color, 3 years later, she was still playing a small role. Until then, Holberry's luck came, and God gave the black people in Hollywood a big gift package. The name of this gift package is political correctness. The time comes with the power of heaven and earth, which means that the wind direction has changed. In the past, people of color always played villains in Hollywood movies, and white people were the protagonists and saviors. But among the people of color, the black group can't stand the collective cheating. They can make trouble, and are willing to make trouble. They always use racial discrimination as an excuse to tell the injustice of the world. Gradually, after making more trouble and talking for a long time, some mentally retarded people may have developed among the white people. They actually think that what they said is right. They seem a little overbearing, and they should give people of other skin colors a little opportunity and respect. Haha, Indians have something to say. Well, the black people got what they wanted, especially Hollywood, which is the base camp of the left. After knowing this trend, they immediately started to act. As for why Latinos and Asians are selectively ignored among people of color. Oh, this is not important. Who told you to do your duty and not cheat? Halle Berry is the beneficiary of this trend. The skin color problem that has troubled her for so many years has suddenly become a hot topic and her biggest advantage. Haha, I have to say that life is so magical. Luck was given to her by the times. In the first year after that, she became the heroine. The movie was called Jungle Fever, a drama written, directed and acted by Spike Lee, a black director in the United States. The most ironic thing is that the content tells a love story between blacks and whites. Being able to meet such a great director of the same skin color is not an ordinary help for Halle Berry. Her acting career soon got more opportunities to appear. In the second movie, she was the heroine again, and it was a type of biography. Such themes and such story plots are completely prepared for the purpose of winning awards. Sure enough, Halle Berry successfully won the 57th Golden Globe Award for Best Actress in American Television and Movies with Beauty and Tears. Such award recognition was definitely the best career catalyst for her at that time. In the same year, she received the role of Storm in the commercial blockbuster X-Men. Later, she won the Best Actress award at the 74th Academy Awards for Monsters Ball. Halle Berry also became the first black woman in history to win this award. For a while, she was in the limelight. Many authoritative magazine media even named her the top of the list of 100 sexiest women in the world. It can be said that Halle Berry is really on the road to success. But it's not that she can succeed. She has received so much praise, but she still hasn't expanded or been arrogant. Halle Berry is a truly smart person. She knows that she is nothing now. Even at this time, many film companies have submitted film invitations to her. After careful selection, she chose to star in the 007 series. In addition to the title bonus of Bond Girl, she pays more attention to the popular base of this work. In other words, it is difficult for it to fail in the market box office. Halle Berry's idea is very simple: to be safe. She knows that, as long as this work is made, someone will definitely pay for it. And the word of mouth reviews will not be too bad. So many films have been made, so many people's childhood works, so sentimental. You are not ashamed to say that the movie is bad. People have always been tolerant of sentiments. Halle Berry certainly knows this, and the filming company MGM also knows this. So many of the core element of 007 will not change, such as Bond's all-round handsomeness. The Bond girl must play ambiguity with Bond, and there must be more big scenes. Unfortunately, they ran into Fury. Such a strong competitor is obviously not a good thing for 007. Die Another Day. MGM immediately joined forces with major news media to prepare for counter-promotion, grabbing topic traffic, and attracting the audience's attention. First, several tabloids with gossip released a few photos, saying that it was suspected that Bond and the Bond girl were walking on the same street, and the two behaved ambiguously. Then several newspapers took pictures of the two in the same room, and Halle Berry did not return all night. And then, a blue supercar was driving fast on the road. When it was about to enter Beverly Hills, the speed of the car inevitably slowed down. Suddenly, a large number of reporters rushed out from both sides of the road, carrying cameras, video cameras and recorders, and swarming to both sides of the sports car. In the sports car were naturally the two most talked about people in recent days, Bond and Bond girl. The car window slowly rolled down a little, and the reporters became more excited, and kept asking questions in a loud voice. Mr. Pierce, what is your relationship with Miss Halle Berry? Some people say that you fell in love with each other during the filming and got together. Is this true? Mr. Pierce, are you living together? Hearing this question, Halle Berry, who was sitting in the passenger seat, inevitably flashed a trace of disgust, while Pierce Brosnan, one of the protagonists of the incident, slowly showed a loving smile on his calm face. He looked at Halle Berry lovingly and said firmly, "Yes, I met Miss Halle during the filming of Die Another Day. I was attracted by her unique and cool temperament. Until now, we have finally come together. I love her." As soon as this statement of sovereignty came out, the reporters became more excited. What a good selling point. Tomorrow's newspaper sales will increase by 10% or 20%. Mr. Pierce, can you tell me about your specific pursuit? Ms. Halle Berry, can you tell me what you think of Mr. Pierce? Also, have you considered staying together for a long time and getting married? Have you thought about these things? More questions were thrown out, but Pierce Brosnan did not need to continue answering them. To hype up the scandal, of course it should be revealed bit by bit. How can it be disclosed in full at the beginning? This does not conform to everyone's idea and operation method of maximizing interests and topics. So, he rolled up the window again, and honked the horn repeatedly to signal for passage. The car started slowly, and finally, under the unwilling eyes of a group of reporters, it drove into Beverly Hills. After getting away from those annoying flies, Hallberry no longer concealed her bad mood. Her brows slightly frowned, and her bad mood was completely written on her face. Although it was a fake relationship, it was always not so friendly to female stars. Especially even if Hallberry agreed to make it work, she still had some grudges in her heart. Women always want to take both into account, and Pierce Brosnan, for example, has no awareness of this at all. While driving, he asked, "Are you going to my place?" "No, just take me home, thank you." Pierce Brosnan turned his head and looked at Hallberry, but didn't say anything, let alone any dissatisfaction. This is a fake deal, and he doesn't care. As for the woman's refusal to cooperate privately and not liking to play around, it doesn't matter. Will he be short of women? It's almost 12 o'clock. Why aren't you asleep yet? Ryan was bored watching TV and found that Lemon had been leaning over the computer desk for a long time, his whole body revealing a sense of absent-mindedness. "You go back to sleep first. I'll wait for today's box office statistics." Lemon didn't even raise his head. "Can't you watch it tomorrow? Take care of yourself. Isn't it just that I can't sleep? I think I'll feel more at ease after listening to the report. Although the box office results in the market in the past 2 days are pretty good, I still want to see Fury go further, such as defeating 007 and taking the top spot in the box office last week. After all, the better the results, the more confident he will be, and the more help he will get. The next film he is going to shoot is also a big production. The data obtained in this film is more gorgeous, so that when negotiating the share of their respective net worth, they can also negotiate better terms. What? Okay, I get it. Are the results out? Seeing Lemon finish the call, Ryan asked curiously, "Have you finished the statistics so early today?" "No, Luc Besson just called and asked us to go back to France and take the main creators to promote it over there." What a hassle. Lemon took it seriously, but in order for the film to achieve better results, he agreed. After all, France is his base camp, and some supporters and fans also want to see him. If he goes back, it will definitely promote the growth of the box office market there. Iverdlow. Chapter 113 What Glory? Subscription recommendation. The release of a movie does not mean that the promotion can stop. In addition to Europa Films and Paramount Pictures continuing to implant the screening information of Fury on various platforms or news magazines, Luc Besson also personally called Lemon and other main creators to go to various cities in France for roadshows to boost momentum. So, early the next morning, after receiving the call, Nicolas Cage, Heath Ledger and Eva Green were ready to leave. After the group gathered and got on the plane, they were not so hurried. "Do you know how much the box office was yesterday?" Facing the curious eyes of Heath Ledger and Eva Green, Ryan smiled with satisfaction and laughed very happily. $15.63 million US. Lemon, George, Thomas and Nicolas Cage on the side were a little speechless. They had known this news a long time ago, and it was only because Eva Green and Heath Ledger had no channels that they were so ignorant. By the way, Eva Green came along because Lemon thought of her studying abroad alone and asked her if she wanted to go back to France. She agreed, and it was a ride on the wave. $15.63 million US? Eva Green widened her eyes, looking a little surprised. She was not a novice who knew nothing and knew that such a result was very good for a commercial film, and it could even be said to be above the normal market feedback level. After all, the production cost of Fury was only $50 million US, and it recovered 1/5 of it in one day, which was amazing. The key point was that yesterday was Saturday and today was Sunday, which was also a rest day. The box office results would definitely not drop seriously, and might even increase. Moreover, if it really follows this trend, Fury does not have to worry about whether it will lose money. What should be considered is how much profit it makes. Hey, I'm going to sleep first. If you have anything, call me. After saying that, Lemon put on an eye mask and dozed off peacefully. Is there anything more comfortable than the good results of your own movie? Nothing. Did he sleep very late yesterday? Eva Green asked softly. I'm not sure. I didn't sleep at all. But when I slept, he was still waiting for a call from Paramount Pictures. Ryan answered softly. Now, Eva Green felt sorry for Lemon. Her feelings for him were really complicated. At the beginning, she had some prejudice against him. After all, he was a director and could help her acting career. In short, Eva Green approached him with impure motives, but Lemon accepted it all. Maybe that night, she was just thinking of a transaction and sacrifice, and she didn't really have any sensual attraction to Lemon. But when they were filming Fury, she saw Lemon's serious and responsible work attitude and his real enthusiasm for filming. The direct evidence was that he turned a blind eye to her presence on the set. Later, at the cocktail party, he was a little drunk, but chose her to accompany him. She was really happy at the time. As for why, she didn't know. That emotion rose from the bottom of her heart for no reason. It was also from then on that her attitude changed a little. She no longer regarded this relationship as a transaction, but thought that Lemon had a good impression of her. Didn't Lemon think of her when he returned to China for publicity this time? The longer they spent together, the more Eva Green felt that Lemon was a very attractive man. Of course, it would be even better if he was willing to accept her. Dragging the suitcase, Lemon and his group walked out of the airport and then got on the special car sent by Europa Films to pick them up. Along the way, you can see promotional advertisements for the movie Fury from time to time, and his name is clearly printed on it, which is particularly conspicuous. As an aside, the focus of publicity in North America is on actors such as Nicolas Cage, but it is different in France. The focus of publicity is on him as a director. Thanks to the media, the number of audiences who know him in France is now increasing sharply, which is why Luc Besson wants him to come for the roadshow. Even he probably didn't expect that. He just subconsciously wanted to promote his own domestic directors and promote Lemon's reputation. Unexpectedly, the publicity effect was surprisingly good. However, the real reason made him a little unhappy. According to the survey feedback from the marketing department, it is said that the French people generally have a good impression of a local director who can make achievements in Hollywood. Isn't this a disguised way of saying that Hollywood has a great influence? Even some achievements are worthy of praise. Wasn't the original intention of his establishment of Europa Films to unite the resources of his country's film and television industry to resist the invasion of Hollywood? How come Hollywood's momentum is getting bigger and bigger? This is really confusing. However, it doesn't matter whether you want it or not. Facts have proved that after this wave of operations by their publicity department, the market box office feedback of Fury is not too good. It directly surpassed a number of films and topped the weekly box office list. Yes, the big difference from the situation in North America is that 007 Die Another Day was crushed by Fury in France, both in terms of word of mouth and market performance. Obviously, French audiences are willing to support excellent local works, provided that the film is really worth watching. Is Fury worth watching? Of course, so it succeeded. This fact made Luc Besson more determined to win over Lemon and continue to support emerging directors. If French films really want to make a difference in the international arena, it is not the work of one or two people. Lemon, long time no see, you have become a proud representative of Cannes. As soon as the group left the Paris airport, they were taken to the headquarters building of Europa Films. As soon as they met, Luc Besson came to greet them in person. Looking at the many familiar faces at the meeting, it was obvious that almost all the senior forces of Europa Films had come. Long time no see, Mr. Luc Besson. Lemon shook hands politely. The pride of Cannes. This is the recent focus of the Cannes media's publicity headlines. Lemon has also read related reports in the car and knows the teasing meaning of Luc Besson. In fact, this is something he didn't expect. Originally, the publicity director had some selfish motives in it, but he didn't expect that Cannes would be a pleasant surprise. If you think about it, you can understand that, although Cannes is a small town with the strongest French film atmosphere, most of the time, it relies on the Golden Sign Board of Cannes International Film Festival to support it. If you really want to shoot a movie, it exists more as a location, rather than how many actors and how many famous directors they have. Lyman, on the other hand, is a rising new force and the focus of the country at this stage. At the age of 27, people are full of expectations for him. The most important factor is that he was born and raised in Cannes. The issue of identity is particularly important, so it is no wonder that the media in Cannes hypes up this title. Except for the few weeks when they hold the film festival every year, they are basically calm and panic inducing. And news magazines and the like, how can there be no hot spots? If there is no hot spot, they will hype it up. Now that there is finally an action that can be directly participated in, they can't wait to praise him to the sky. There are even newspapers shouting the slogan, "The first person to enter Hollywood," and the honoree is Lyman. However, these are a bit scary for Lyman, the person involved. He is now adding fuel to the fire and is even more famous in Cannes, but he inexplicably feels a heavy pressure. This is flattery. Thank you, Lyman said a little bleakly. Luc Besson was stunned, a little surprised that Lyman didn't seem to be very interested. But he didn't think much about it, thinking that he was physically and mentally exhausted after a long journey. After a group of people chatted and confirmed some promotion schedules, Luc Besson also asked Lyman and others to go back to the hotel to rest. However, Lyman refused and said that he would go to Paris to promote first and rest at night. They all said so, and Europa Films had no reason to object. So, Lyman and others, led by a staff member of Europa Films, went to a nearby cinema first. Lyman finally understood the love of French audiences for him. After the movie was shown, as soon as they appeared in the screening room, a large number of people actually focused on him, instead of the leading actors of the film such as Nicolas Cage or Heath Ledger. When did directors become more popular than actors? Lyman didn't know. He had never enjoyed such treatment in North America. Their eager eyes contained encouragement, but it made Lyman more panic. Nicolas Cage even joked about this, saying that he, a behind-the-scenes person, was more glorious than those in front of the stage. Lyman smiled and said nothing. After running to several cinemas, the large group did not disperse until 9 o'clock in the evening. They returned to their hotel rooms to rest, but what awaited them tomorrow was still a similar on-site promotional event. After all, the appearance of the main creators of the movie in the cinema is really a great attraction for some movie fans, and Europa Films has already passed the relevant news to the media and newspapers. With mutual cooperation, the momentum became louder and louder. On the other side, Lyman returned to the room and felt physically and mentally exhausted. He lay on the bed and didn't want to move at all, but these were not enough to stop his determination to continue the roadshow. Since he promised, he must do it, and do it well. After all, he played a role in this, and it was the result of his hard work over the past few months. No one wanted the movie to achieve better market results more than him. If the method was effective, then let's run. On the second day, the group set out again, rushed to a few scenes, and began to promote it in other cities. Fools. Chapter 114 First week results. Subscription recommendation request. When Lyman and his team started the roadshow, apart from the fans everywhere, the French media reporters were the most happy. They were really happy. They wrote the draft of Fury for 2 or 3 days in a row. They had written everything, predicted what should be predicted, and boasted what should be boasted. When they were almost out of topics to talk about, Lyman returned home. So, when they started to promote in various cities in France, they always saw almost the same group of reporters in different occasions and different places. They also like to ask all kinds of strange questions, some of which Lyman is willing to answer, and some of which he is not. Another busy day passed, and only when it was late at night could Lyman feel at ease to read some of the audience's most authentic comments on the film. Turn on the computer, click on the IMDb website, and slide the interface with the mouse. At the same time as the box office of the movie was released, the online reputation had long been lifted. It was quite shocking. Thank you director for bringing us such a masterpiece about World War II. The frontal shots of the battlefields were shot very realistically. It felt like I was there. Good reviews. From Buried to Three Idiots and now Fury, director Lyman always brings me different feelings. Of course, some people like it, and some people don't. Lyman is not Franklin, and he can't satisfy everyone. What's more, war-themed movies are not the kind that female audiences like. And some shots are too realistic, which will also make some audiences feel visually disgusted. Some parts are too bloody. The director is too blunt. It's okay to use a virtual shot to depict it from the side. It's too naked. I can't stand it. It's not as good as you say. I went to see it, and I just thought it was noisy. Lyman could accept these comments. Different people have different tastes. There's nothing much to say. At the headquarters of Paramount Pictures, chairman of the board Benjamin Cassie Winter sat in his office chair with some emotion. The film's box office reached $34.76 million in 3 days. Surely, your decision to cooperate with Europa Films and invest resources to promote Fury was very correct. Although there was just a smile on her face, anyone could see that Shirley Lansing was in a good mood. As soon as the box office results came out on Sunday, although it was slightly suppressed by its competitor 007, Die Another Day on the North American weekly box office rankings this week, the topic gimmick brought by the hype of the romance between Bond and Bond girl cannot be ignored. It has to be said that MGM did make a good move, but as the first week consumed the enthusiasm of their die-hard supporters, the next thing to compete is definitely the audience's reputation. As for publicity and gossip, the role they can play will only become smaller and smaller. In terms of reputation, Shirley Lansing has reason to believe that Fury will surpass Die Another Day in the second week. After all, the gap between the two is not that big. In North America alone, the difference is only $3.12 million, which means that the first week box office of Die Another Day is $37.88 million. The most important thing is that, although the reputation of the two films has declined compared to before as the screening time, the extent of Fury is even smaller. Next, I want to talk about the theater issue. Shirley talked to CAA and put pressure on the major theaters together to strive for the scale of the film's release. Benjamin Cassie Winter said with a smile, "I will personally contact their executives to meet them." With Shirley Lansing's words, the chairman of the board naturally no longer worried. The box office figures of Fury were here, and the theater chain would not give up the revenue. He did not ask to crush his rival 007, Die Another Day on the screen. As long as he could keep up with the opponent next week, it would be enough. It was really tiring to run publicity. The schedule was rushed. Even Lyman, a big man, couldn't stand it, let alone a delicate woman like Eva Green. So, after only one day, she was sent home by Lyman, and the rest of the people continued to insist. After all, it was a bit tiring, but the effect was also very good. They knew very well that their movie Fury was harvesting the box office of the film market every day. If they could increase their market share a little bit on the basis of the previous day, then their actions would be worthwhile. As a result, it was confirmed that their publicity was useful. Nothing is more direct than data feedback, and the market is responding to them. So, the group was in pain and happy. Sitting in the car, ready to rush to the next event location, Lyman suddenly felt that his previous worries were unnecessary. Once the audience's enthusiasm for watching movies is turned on, the box office is just like a number, and you can only see it increasing. In France, the first week box office champion is naturally Fury, which won the competition with $30.42 million, beating 007, Die Another Day with $27.89 million. What's more terrifying is that the next day, a new week of movie screenings began. Fury still got $13.24 million, while 007, Die Another Day dropped to $10.32 million, and the gap was further widened. Some gossip media will naturally not let go of this topic. Lion Entertainment put out a big headline, a direct confrontation between French movies and Hollywood blockbusters. Lyman defeated 007 and defended the glory of France. With a sensational title, the content stated the performance of both parties in the box office market, which can easily attract the attention of the audience. There are still quite a few media of this kind, but more serious news magazines such as Le Parisien and Ta Kung Pao appear to be relatively fair. It is a relatively objective evaluation of the competition between the two sides. The difference between the performance of Fury in North America and in the French market also gives reasons. We have reason to believe that the French people are more supportive of works directed by their own directors. Lyman could only understand the general situation of all this noise. He did not have the habit of paying attention to news magazines all the time. On this day, he got up early in the morning as usual and prepared to set off for the next Target City roadshow. The name of the next city is Toulouse, a large city located in the southwest of France, also known as the City of Roses. It has beautiful scenery and pleasant climate. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Lyman and his group are not interested in urban humanities at all. Besides, they are so tired that they are in no mood to visit the scenery. The car was driving on the road, and Lyman forced himself to close his eyes and prepare to take a nap for a while to recharge his energy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard the voices of Ryan and Thomas discussing next to him. Should we wake him up? Isn't he the one who cares the most about these things? Let's wait until he wakes up. The schedule has been so busy recently that no one has slept well. Let's rest a little longer if we can. That's fine. It's good news anyway. There's no rush. What good news? Lyman opened his eyes and looked back at Ryan. It's actually nothing. That you woke up. George just sent a message saying that the single day box office performance of Fury in North America has exceeded that of Die Another Day. How much more? Not much. Probably more than $2 million US. Sure enough, the market feedback was just as Shirley Lansing predicted. When the second week arrived, the enthusiasm of the core audience fans was exhausted, and the real market decision became the passers-by. This group of people always value the reputation of movies. After only one day, the gap between the two sides was almost zero. On the second day, December 1st, Fury beat Die Another Day with $11.46 million at the box office. Lyman was also a little happy when he heard it. It was obviously good news, to be better than the competitors, and it also made him feel that his hard work in the past few days was not in vain. Although their publicity here has little impact on North America. But, who cares? It's alright if you are in a good mood. Recently, the love affair between Halle Berry and Pierce Brosnan has been hyped up. It seems that MGM has made up its mind to use this kind of indirect publicity method. Everyone was in a good mood, and Nicolas Cage also took the initiative to tease the hottest news in North America. Everyone in the industry knows that they are pretending, but the fans and some audiences of both sides are immersed in it. I heard that many die-hard fans of Halle Berry have threatened that Pierce Brosnan is not worthy of them. Haha. Ryan also echoed. Heath Ledger also laughed, but didn't say anything. He never paid much attention to these things. At this time, he felt that it was like listening to a story. It's a pity that we can't hype up the scandal. I have to say that this trick is quite useful. Ryan analyzed, as long as we take the initiative to stir up a wave of attention, those news media will automatically follow up. It's really easy, unlike us who are exhausted from running on-site publicity. I don't mind, but there is no decent female role in the movie, let alone the heroine. There is not even a female supporting role. Alas. Nicolas Cage looked like he agreed and sighed pretentiously. The longer I get along with him, the more I feel that he is very stuffy. To those who are not familiar with him, he is very dull and doesn't like to talk to him, but once the relationship is familiar, he dares to try any tricks. Come on, do you have to create a pair of on-screen lovers to make a movie? I don't have the time. Besides, is it particularly useful? I don't think so. They may attract enough attention, but how many people will care about the movie? It's just for fun. From a directional point of view, it doesn't have much effect. Lyman waved his hand, not thinking that MGM's publicity methods were so clever. It simply attracted the audience's attention, but if the movie itself was not good, it would not really make them willing to go to the cinema to support it. Stay with me. Chapter 115 Overlord Level, Subscription Recommendation. It was a new week again. Lyman and his crew continued to promote the film in major cities in France. Fury continued to be screened in major theaters. Due to the relatively good box office performance in the first weekend, the market dominance in the second week even rose slightly. At this time, other overseas regions also began to distribute the film. Germany, well, let's put Germany aside. The distributors there were very reluctant to help distribute Fury. The reason was clear. The film's position was too embarrassing, so embarrassing that the film merchants there had concerns. Moreover, it was foreseeable that, even if it was released in theaters, the performance would definitely be very bad. No one was willing to do such a thankless task. However, other regions, except Germany, did not have these problems. Overall, it was okay. However, the Christmas season never gave any film too many opportunities to collect high box office revenue. With so many blockbusters being released together, the fate of the film was often decided in 2 or 3 weeks. Whether a film would be a big hit or not, it was basically clear at a glance by looking at the box office in the first weekend and the decline in the following weekdays. On Monday, the film's single-day box office dropped from about 14 million last weekend to about $10 million today. Tuesday was the traditional discount day for theaters in North America, so the revenue there rebounded slightly, closing at $11.32 million on that day. Wednesday fell again, earning $9.62 million. Thursday's single-day box office was only $8.43 million. On Friday, it was $7.26 million. Fury made a total of $46.63 million in the 5 working days of its second week in North America, directly booking the weekly box office champion throne this week. After all, any movie in such a fiercely competitive Christmas season cannot escape the inevitable law that the box office market will begin to decline in the second week. Fury fell, and naturally 007, Die Another Day is no exception. However, in comparison, it fell more severely. But even so, trapped by the type of film and the rapidly declining reputation of passers-by, 007, Die Another Day is not too bad in market appeal. The two rumored parties occasionally showed their affection and revealed some of their current relationship status, which brought them enough attention to support them to continue competing with Fury. However, they only received $36.43 million in 5 days, which is already a big loss. As for how many of these audiences were fooled by the media to enter the cinema, perhaps they can also get a glimpse of it from the declining IMDb score and Rotten Tomatoes index of 007, Die Another Day. A new weekend is coming, and at the weekly meeting of MGM Entertainment, many senior executives looked heavy and depressed, and were obviously in a bad mood. We have contacted AMC, Royal Entertainment Group and Cell, and they rejected our proposal to maintain the scale of the theaters for Die Another Day. What about Fury? Almost the same, but the situation is better than ours, and we can still maintain 2,400 theaters. Blake Josiah, who was sitting in the position of the head of MGM's film distribution department, frowned slightly. After a long time, he spoke to break the silence in the conference room. We don't have good market data to support it. How could those vampires agree to the conditions for screening? We no longer have the capital to compete. Although this statement is true, it is obviously unacceptable to everyone. The number of theaters that have been reduced from more than 2,700 to 2,000 is a huge loss, not to mention competing with Fury. There is no other way. We should focus more on the screening work in overseas regions. We have to give up the North American market, even if we don't want to. Another senior executive continued the topic. In fact, our results are not bad, but Fury has a better market performance. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Yes, they still sat on the throne of the weekly box office champion in the first week. The North American box office of Fury has accumulated $88.65 million. The marketing department predicts that the final point will be around $140 million, and the global total box office is likely to be close to $400 million. Blake Josiah shook his head and said calmly. Everyone was silent, and the conference room fell into silence again. After all, they were not Lyman, with such strong audience reputation, and it also proved that the market performance of Fury was not as serious as that of Die Another Day. It is conceivable that, even if other blockbusters are added later, Fury can still maintain a relatively healthy box office decline. What will be the final box office? Maybe it can really break 400 million. The investment cost is only 50 million, and it is profitable just by box office. Blake Josiah, who was sitting in the first place, unconsciously jumped out of this idea. If it weren't for the sponsors, 007, Die Another Day might still have concerns about losses, which is not a good omen for the market prospects of a veteran spy series. And Nicolas Cage just lost his high-profile Wind Talkers, which caused him to be criticized by the board of directors and the CEO. If it weren't for his excellent work performance in the past, he would probably be the scapegoat like the marketing director, that unlucky colleague, and resign sadly. But I didn't expect that Fury, which is also a World War II theme and plays a soldier, has such a good reputation and such a promising market performance. At this moment, Blake Josiah felt very uncomfortable. Although he also knew that it was extremely irresponsible to judge the success or failure of a movie by looking at the actors alone, it was hard for people not to think about it in this situation. Let's adjourn. Everyone was not in high spirits. There was no good way to save the film's decline, and there was nothing to discuss. Don't stop hyping up the scandal with Pierce. Apart from this, they had nothing else to promote, so they naturally had to hold on to it. Blake Josiah reminded him and stood up to leave the meeting room first. Regardless of how disappointed the people at MGM Entertainment were, or what they actually thought, Fury, like all successful Christmas films, stood out from the fierce competition and continued to sprint to new box office heights. Although the rebound from the market became stronger as the screening time increased and the box office figures climbed, the excellent film reputation was still enough to ensure that Fury continued to reap dollars from the theaters. On Saturday, it closed at $8.63 million, a slight increase from the previous working day. On Sunday, it closed at $7.92 million. It was also on this day that when Lyman and his team were still on their way from Strasbourg to Montpellier for promotion and were finally ready to end the entire French roadshow, Fury also successfully spent its third weekend in North American theaters. Although it was expected to defend the title of the North American weekly box office chart, the better news is that, combined with the box office results of the previous week, the total North American box office of the film has successfully reached $102.48 million. Fury successfully broke through the $100 million in the North American market. Once this hurdle was passed, the beneficiaries, whether it was Paramount Pictures, Europa Films, CAA or investor and director Lyman, were very happy. However, he also knew that this should be the last market glory of the film, and he could only rely on time to accumulate a little growth in the box office figures in the future. Because in the new weekend, that is, December 18th, there is a film that will be excellent in box office performance even in more than 10 years. That's right, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings 2, also translated as The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, is coming strongly. Most of the films that want to make a difference in the Christmas season have avoided this weekend schedule after entering the mid-December release. Lyman is certainly not afraid of competition, but not being afraid does not mean that he will hit his head against the iron plate. At the beginning, he persuaded Europa Films to compete with 007, Die Another Day, because the latter had too strong a market dominance. Now he had obtained what he wanted and had fought for everything. No matter how the market changes, it is nothing for the screening of Fury. Anyway, the number of theaters has been further reduced to only about 880. The box office is accumulated over time, and the more it gets, the better. Anyway, the publicity and filming costs are almost the same. Now all the profits are pure profits. In the third weekend of the release of Fury in North America, the box office data of the first week in various overseas regions were also released. The UK has $7.65 million, Australia has $4.65 million, and Italy has $3.12 million. They have successfully occupied the top spot in the local box office charts, and won without suspense. The only competitor 007, Die Another Day has a market fan dominance in overseas regions that is far less terrible than in North America. However, although overseas regions make money, and some films even rely on overseas box office to recover or make a profit, in general, this part of the box office settlement is very troublesome for Lyman. For example, it has been a long time since Three Idiots was released, and Europa Films has not yet settled all the shares of that part. It's not that they are unwilling to pay, but the various financial delivery and tax details are very cumbersome, and it takes a lot of time to slowly sort them out. However, Lyman is not in a hurry. The accounting team of PricewaterhouseCoopers he hired is all involved, and he is not worried about Europa Films playing tricks at all. After entering mid-December, Lyman stayed in Cannes for a few days to rest after running publicity. It was also on the 17th that he flew to Los Angeles, North America with Ryan, Thomas George and others. There are many favors waiting for him in the City of Angels. In this highly commercialized society, this is something he, as a director, cannot refuse. Favors, exchanges, exchanges. These two words have already revealed the most important way to make friends in interpersonal communication. Dizzy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. Flat A with Light. Please subscribe and recommend. Just as night fell, a black Lincoln drove into Hollywood Boulevard, heading west along the road to the Chief Rock Theater. How is it? Are you tired? In the back seat, George was in a good mood. After all, the potential reputation brought by the success of Fury also belonged to him. His current position in the company was getting higher and higher, and he seemed to be developing towards the status of a shareholder partner. You have been running around for so many days of publicity, and you have to rush to attend the premiere of The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. It must be very hard. George looked concerned, but he himself was not much better. He was also busy all the time. I heard that he only found out the release situation of the movie in Australia the day before yesterday, so he had time to return to China. It's okay. After this busy period, I can have a good rest for a while. Lyman shook his head and said. In the spacious car, only Lyman and George were sitting. One represented the position of Europa Films, and the other was invited by CAA to come to support. As for Thomas and Ryan, they stayed in the hotel. They were not willing to come. Lyman didn't really want to, but connections always need to be maintained. CAA also contributed to this project, and he was a client of CAA. It was a very simple interpersonal relationship. Kevin Hoween personally called to invite him, and he had to agree to his request to be present. Lincoln soon arrived at the parking lot of the Chief Rock Theater. Lyman and George got out of the car and walked towards the passage. People from CAA and New Line Cinema were already waiting here, leading them directly across the red carpet to the interior of the theater. The lights were bright and the people were bustling inside, as if a grand premiere was about to be held. In fact, you can tell, just by looking at the reporters, media, and fans gathered on both sides of the road outside. Hi, Mr. Peter Jackson. Lyman just walked into the theater hall and found Peter Jackson, the director of The Lord of the Rings. He took the initiative to greet him and said, I wish your movie a big hit at the box office. Thank you, I recognize you, Director Lyman. I have seen your work Rage. It is very exciting. Peter Jackson is a New Zealander. He looks a little fat and is far from being as wide as in later generations. At this time, he took the initiative to shake Lyman's right hand and said with a smile, thank you for coming to support us. I'm very happy. Me too. I have always liked this grand story written by Tolkien. You can adapt it so well and put it on the big screen. I really admire it. Everyone lifts the sedan chair, and saying nice things is always the best way to bring two strangers who have never met closer. Sure enough, hearing this, Peter Jackson laughed happily, and his hearty laughter attracted the attention of many people in the theater. He was really happy. As a loyal fan of the Lord of the Rings series of books, it has always been his proudest thing to be able to present the Middle-earth world under the command of his idol Tolkien through images. Lyman's words just hit the spot. Although Lyman was mostly being polite, the Lord of the Rings series was indeed his favorite movie in his previous life. In the original novel, the magnificent war scenes and various magical and exotic customs made the Lord of the Rings once considered a most unlikely novel to be adapted into a movie. However, Tolkien's fan, Peter Jackson, did it, and it was even better than many people imagined. The Hobbit village, which is like a paradise on earth, Rivendell, which is like a fairyland on Earth, the daunting ring race and the burning Sauron like a volcano. As for the scenes of the Battle of the Two Towers in today's film and the showdown with Mordor in the next film, they have also become reality. This is really admirable, and the filming location has become the most popular tourist destination in the world. It has to be said that the charm of The Lord of the Rings is so great. The only pity is that after director Peter Jackson entered the ranks of top Hollywood directors with this series, he has not seen much glory. It can be said that Tolkien made it, and Tolkien also made it fail. The threshold was set too high, and getting stuck was the most embarrassing thing. However, it was also a significant achievement in the history of film. After exchanging a few polite words with Peter Jackson, Lyman took the initiative to say goodbye when he saw another person walking in from the theater door on the red carpet. At this time, most of the people in the screening room were well-known producers, actors, directors, and senior executives of several investors in the film industry. They each had their own small groups, and they chatted. Lyman casually greeted them, but did not join in the fun. "Congratulations, Lyman." Hearing the greeting, he turned around and saw that it was Kevin Hoween, a partner of CAA, who was walking over. He looked very enthusiastic and his tone was quite sincere. "Another movie has a box office of over 100 million, which is amazing." "Thank you," Lyman said modestly. "It's just luck." "Luck? That doesn't make sense. One success can be said to be accidental, but being able to gain something in succession is a kind of skill, Lyman." Kevin Hoween stopped and stood next to Lyman and took the initiative to say, "Come, I'll take you to meet a few people." Kevin Hoween led the way forward. Lyman glanced at George and found that he was chatting happily. He didn't say anything, but just followed his footsteps. In the first row of the screening room, there was a round table, and many people were sitting around it. "This is Tigger Jeremiah, this is Liam Jesus. This is Eric Bryan." Among a group of people dressed in formal clothes, Kevin Hoween introduced Lyman enthusiastically. These were either New Line Cinema executives or well-known film producers in the industry. Lyman showed his brightest smile and greeted them one by one. "I don't need to introduce this person, of course. Mr. Bryan, long time no see." The bald man was easy to recognize. Bryan Lord, the agent who also belonged to CAA, had a friendly smile on his face and grasped Lyman's outstretched right hand. "Long time no see, Lyman." The two parties simply greeted each other, and soon, Lyman's attention returned to the executives of New Line Cinema headed by Tigger Jeremiah. He was not stupid. Kevin Hoween took the initiative to introduce him, either because the other party wanted to find him for something, or because CAA itself had something to do. However, if the latter wanted to discuss, there was no need to discuss it in this occasion. He could take the initiative to meet in private, so there was only the former possibility. As expected, Tigger Jeremiah spoke in a very enthusiastic tone. "Director Lyman, do you have any new film projects recently? We at New Line Cinema really hope to work with you once. There will be a chance, but I'm busy with the movie Fury recently, and I don't have time to shoot a movie theme for the time being." Lyman said politely. It turned out that he was trying to find out if there was a possibility of cooperation. However, although Lyman felt that it would be best to cooperate with Europa Films, he didn't say it for sure. After all, maybe there really is a chance for cooperation. Tigger Jeremiah didn't say anything because of this uncertainty. Anyway, it's just a try. Leaving a friendship foundation for cooperation is also very good. Maybe it can be used for something. Right, people always give themselves more opportunities. After a few more polite words, Lyman said goodbye and left. Sitting down in his seat, the lively premiere began immediately. Still the same as in memory, this film mainly tells the story of the Hobbit Frodo played by Elijah Wood and Sam played by Sean Astin, who continue to go to Mount Mordor to complete the task of destroying the Lord of the Rings. At the same time, Aragorn and his other hobbits Pippin and Merry meet up with a group of new allies and prepare to launch an offensive in Isengard. The whole film is 179 minutes long, but it does not seem boring or tedious. Instead, there is a feeling that the story has not been unfolded and there is still something to be said. It must be said that Peter Jackson's control of the rhythm of the film is really in place. However, when Gandalf in white appeared again, it inevitably reminded Lemon of a lot. By the way, in the setting of The Lord of the Rings, Gandalf is actually a mayor. In layman's terms, when he was dressed in white, he was already a demigod, and he was known to be very proficient in melee combat and spells. But when it came to Peter Jackson, it was probably too difficult to make exaggerated spell effects, so Gandalf was simply designed as a complete melee unit, and he was the type of melee fighter who used a staff as a sword. After it was spread to the internet and later generations, many interesting things appeared, such as the problem of adding points to the mage in the game. The spell only needs to learn illumination, and the rest of the skill points are all added to strength and body. The weapon is a two-handed sword. When fighting, you can just put a flare and rush up to swing the weapon and chop it up. As the saying goes, wearing a white robe, my heart is still a warrior's heart. Do you know about melee mages? Apart from this, there is nothing else. It basically fits the scene in the book. Peter Jackson also spared no effort to restore the entire battlefield of the Twin Towers. In short, the filming is very good. The story is smooth, and the two-line process does not seem complicated. The special effects are also very good, without any major flaws, plus the temptation of The Lord of the Rings to people's hearts is also fully demonstrated, so success is inevitable. The 179-minute film tells a lot, and leaves more suspense for the sequel. The story of The Lord of the Rings has not yet ended. There is no doubt that when the third sequel comes out, it will definitely be another big bomb in the box office market. This is also predictable. Series movies always increase the interest of the audience. If one day, even the fans accumulated by the original work are unwilling to buy it, it will be the end of this type of movie. Congratulations. After the movie was over, Lemon complimented again, and left here with George. Missing you. Chapter 117, New and Old. Please subscribe and recommend. When you used to watch the moon with me, you called me little sweetie. Now the new one is better than the old one, so call me Mrs. Niu. This sentence from Princess Anfan to Sun Wukong in A Chinese Odyssey can be said to be a very vivid description of the current film market. With the release of the last commercial blockbuster in the Christmas season, The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, it also means that the battle for the Christmas box office in 2002 has come to an end. This sequel, coupled with the book Friends accumulated by Tolkien, replaced Strange and Die Another Day as soon as it was released, becoming the object of competition among the vast majority of media and audience markets. People always like new things and dislike old things, and the same is true for news hotspots. Keeping up with the trend is the key. Lemon also understands and agrees with it. Just like Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, which was the first to be released some time ago, the popularity at that time was no less than that of The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, which is now released. But after 2 weeks, Fury and Die Another Day entered the market and took away its daily box office crown, and the attention immediately decreased a lot. By this time, no one would have cared about it, and the market did not disappoint this magical trend that was promoted. The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring opened in 3,622 theaters, and the box office for the midnight show plus the first day of the show was $61.02 million. Yes, the market performance was more than the performance of Fury and Die Another Day at the time. However, it did not break any film history records. The record holder for the highest single-day box office in the North American market is still Spider-Man 1, released by Columbia Pictures. Well, it broke 100 million in 2 days. The good performance of The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring naturally ushered in a new round of media carnival. Anyway, no matter who can win the market, they will always be happy. Then, as expected, film critics also began to praise the movie, chasing after director Peter Jackson, and praised him as the first person in magical epics. In the mouths of the media, this movie is the best blockbuster of the year. On the second day of its release, it continued to take in $57.34 million, while Fury could only maintain a single-day box office of $3.24 million, and it was decreasing a little every day. Fortunately, the decline in the film market was relatively stable, and it could still survive for a while. However, 007, Die Another Day was stunned by this set of combined punches, and the box office fell to more than 2 million, and the downward trend was still very fast. Presumably, it will be abandoned by the theater in the next week or two. Lemon has been very busy recently. Because he has become a hot commodity in the eyes of others, everyone wants to get close to him. Of course, this performance does not reflect the media or the outside world. They have long forgotten him and his work Fury. The popular one is in the industry, in the North American film production and distribution circle. He himself can feel that his status has changed because more and more people have called to invite him recently, and they are all the kind that are difficult to refuse. I don't know who leaked his private phone number. As a result, he was always invited to various inexplicable invitations. Paramount Pictures built a new studio and invited him to visit and hold a celebration reception. He must have agreed. CAA's Brian Lord personally called to invite him to a private party for his daughter's birthday. He must have been there. There are also a lot of investment companies waving checks to invest in his new movie. Many unknown artists and actors also got his contact information somehow. All kinds of compliments, flattery, and sexual hints really annoyed him. In the past, when 3 Idiots was released, and the performance was good, he was also quite popular, but not as bad as it is now. I originally wanted to take a good rest for a while after the release of Fury, but how can I have time like this? So, who leaked my phone number? Who? In fact, he vaguely knew the reason for this change. In the final analysis, it was because he had just shot 2 very niche themes at the beginning. People thought he was a unique director who was engaged in art. Although they recognized his ability, they didn't take it too seriously. After all, no matter how much noise one makes in the field of literature and art, the market acceptance will not be too high. Maybe some fans will like it very much, but from the perspective of the entire public base, it is just that. But now, Fury has won with a furious victory, allowing everyone to see a different Lemon. Unexpectedly, he is still the kind of person who can shoot a wide range of subjects and can handle both business and art. The attitude is naturally different. Many producers and production companies came to him with scripts and checks, saying that you can just come and shoot, and investment is not a problem. As long as you come to be the director. If you are not satisfied with the script, just say it, and we will change it immediately. Haha, so tempting. Without a stable distributor, small companies or individuals making movies in North America will have a dead end. Look at Steven Spielberg, who ambitiously created DreamWorks and once ambitiously claimed to make it a new highlight of Hollywood, but he was also killed by a group of distributors in terms of distribution channels. Do you think they have bad results? Well, Gladiator, Catch Me If You Can, The Ring, The Tuxedo. Almost every film is profitable and has good market results. Do you think they don't have connections? Yes, Paramount, Warner, Universal. Almost all of them are involved with them. Moreover, Steven Spielberg himself represents a network of relationships, but they still failed. Human relations are human relations, interests are interests, and the adult world will not play tricks with you. Cooperation. Yes, everyone is good, and we can make money together. If you want distribution channels, go it alone. Sorry, you are gone. In 2005, DreamWorks, which was once ranked among the top 10 film manufacturers in the United States, was acquired by Viacom. In this way, the DreamWorks brand was also attributed to Paramount Pictures, a subsidiary of Viacom. Steven Spielberg was also discouraged and never touched the distribution field again. How did the name of the Hollywood Big Six come from? It was gained by stepping on the corpses of a number of film manufacturers. If they are not the industry overlords, who is? Even Europa Films wanted to enter the US market by cooperating with a local partner. In terms of core interests and resources, they will never leave any gaps. Don't even think about it. However, Disney was still powerful later, and it broke the customary pattern of the six giants and turned it into a one-man show. Therefore, no matter what promises those small manufacturers or producers made, they were all empty, and Lemon would not pay any attention to them. He is a director, he cares most about his work, and he also wants his work to get the market treatment it deserves. This is not contradictory. Lemon was a little tired in the beginning, but he could still bear it. He went when he should go, and was tactful when he should be tactful. But when it came to December 28th, when the news that the global box office of the movie Fury officially broke $400 million came out, more people came to him, and the reasons for the invitations became ever changing, and it was not so easy to refuse. Fortunately, he went back to France directly. If I can't afford to offend, can I still hide? Who is he looking down on? However, there are also benefits. Luc Besson and the senior executives of Europa Films have become more friendly to him. Maybe, the next time they cooperate, his investment share will be larger and his status will be better. And CAA, they took the initiative to ask for a new economic contract, not only reducing his service commission, but also upgrading the service team again to a size of 10 people, specializing in handling various trivial matters for him. Of course, the daily agent has not changed, and Johnson is still in charge. What's the matter? On January 5th, 2003, Lyman had just returned to France for a few days. He wrote the outline of the new movie every day, went out to play, and enjoyed the holiday, but Kevin Hoween called. When he called, he must be busy. Sure enough. MGM Pictures wants to invite you to direct the next 007 series movie. What do you think? What's the idea? If you can't beat them, just join this set. They were fierce competitors some time ago, and the two sides slandered each other. The film was defeated by Fury in the second week, and has never been ahead since then. Now he is asked to be the director of the latest one, which is really a tricky operation. Of course, competitors may not be unable to cooperate with each other. Everything depends on the consideration of interests. I believe that MGM has also carefully analyzed and recognized Lyman's directing ability, so it led CAA euphemistically inquire about it. But why should I direct the 007 series? For a director like him, even if the market is successful, it can only be regarded as adding a stroke to his resume, which is nothing at all. After all, for this kind of mature style series of movies, few people will credit the director, but only recognize the power of the fans of the series. If such a movie with a broad mass base fails by accident, it will almost destroy his current great directorial career. Besides, he himself is not without movies to shoot. He has plans in mind. Please help me reject it and say that I have an interest, but I can't make time for filming. The outline of the new movie is almost finished during this period of time, and it only needs to be polished by Ryan. There is no need at all. Kevin Hoween was naturally very happy when he heard it. His client is a prolific one. How could he not be happy? Almost one movie a year. Okay, can you reveal the subject matter and content of the new movie? Wait until the script is completed. The filming contract has not been signed yet. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. The award season is coming, and you have to take some time to come to North America. January came slowly, and the previously agreed action to help Three Idiots hit the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film was about to begin. Kiss fight. Chapter 118 Awards season is coming. The so-called awards season is actually an evaluation of the works of the film industry in the past year. At the end of the year and the beginning of the next year, major awards and review activities in North America are held one after another, and the best films of the year are all in sight. The large number of awards and the dense intervals have formed this kind of name and form of awards season. In a narrow sense, it refers to various film awards held from December to February of the following year, such as the Golden Satellite Award, the Annie Award and other awards, the Union Association Awards of film practitioners such as the Producers Guild, the Directors Guild, and the Screen Actors Guild, and the Major Film Critics Association Awards in New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, etc., and finally ends with the awarding of the Golden Globe and the Oscars. This is the Oscar awards season in the general concept. Anyway, the nomination list will be announced intensively in December, and then the Oscars will hold a nomination luncheon. In mid-January, there will be the Golden Globe Awards, which is the finale/climax, and in mid-February, it will be the warm-up for the Oscar ceremony. The whole set is a summary of last year. Because of this, Oscar public relations are extremely busy during this period almost every year. January to February is the time when they are busy. It is also the peak period of the year when parties and cocktail parties are held most frequently. At this time, Hollywood has a sense of industrial social season, and celebrities from all walks of life frequently go out. Film critics, senior directors, producers and other celebrities have become the objects of flattery for those who are competing for the Oscars this season. These are often the 2 months when the unspoken rules are most prevalent and concentrated in the year. It is not just the temptation of beauty and sex/entertainment, but the exchange of interests contained in it is frequently staged, so it is difficult to arouse everyone's surprise. In the future, Harvey Weinstein was exposed to so many harassment incidents. How many of them were actually initiated by him? Anyway, his reputation was ruined, and he didn't mind others playing dirty tricks to whitewash himself. Of course, it doesn't mean that he is innocent. There is no black and white thing here, and he naturally cannot escape this conclusion. However, these alone do not mean that these so-called award selections are full of shady/dealings. There are rules, but first of all, you have to be a player who can enter this game. If you want to be on the nomination list, you still have to rely on the quality of your work. At least you have to have something to brag about and some advantages, and your foundation can't be too bad. Only after you get the special look of film critics, you have a ticket to enter the game. At this time, you can use any means you want. Then if you have money, spend it and legally purchase the services of a public relations company to help lobby the judges. If you are reluctant to spend money or your family is not rich enough, but you still hope to have an award to develop your career, or even try your best to win an Oscar, then at this time, you can do whatever you want. Agents, connections in the circle, and your own body are always to roam. As long as you can get a little chance, contact the judges and change their attitudes. What you should do is all what you should do. If you want to get it, how can you not pay for it? Whether it is worth it or not, you should also think clearly. However, generally speaking, times have changed. There are few pure asterisk at this level. What is more common is the distribution of resources in the circle, such as getting to know big people, helping to attract investment, and even hinting at money. As for providing the body, it can only be said that it is a gift for the purpose of winning over, which has little impact on the overall situation. On the contrary, in those small awards with low attention and high operability, there will be actors who are happy to offer services in exchange for an opportunity. Even if this does not guarantee that you can win the award, it just means that the chance is a little higher. Again, it is a question of whether it is worth it. How to do it is up to you to think about it. Of course, for the Oscars, the rules of the game will be more obscure and strict. Their attention is too high, the number of judges is too large, and they have been closely watched over the years. In addition to spending money to hire relevant public relations companies, there are fewer tricks which can relatively maintain a little fairness. After all, there are so many judges. If there is no suitable way to provide, how can you do public relations if you don't even know who to ask for help? These are also resources and have even developed into businesses. Do you have the right qualifications for admission? Of course, you have to use money to pave the way. So back to the group of people who are impacting the Oscars. Everything finally becomes one point, whether Franklin works or not. As long as you have money, the public relations company will screen out the right lobbying targets for you and go to impress them with various means of exchange. As long as you have money, they will try their best to promote your work and get a vote for you. This practice is open and the Oscars don't even shy away from it. Why should we shy away from reasonable and legal things? What about the presidential election and the term political donations? There is no law in the United States that disagrees. What are you afraid of? Even the list of receipts is clear and traceable, and the fees are fair and reasonable. So, in theory, as long as you do public relations for all the members of the nearly 1,000-person jury team and spend a sky-high fee, you can be nominated 100%. And as long as your work meets the minimum level of the Oscar selection, it is not a big deal to get an Oscar statuette. Later, Shockwave successfully won the Best Picture award among a group of competitors with its money offensive. Of course, this also involves the question of whether it is worth it. After all, making movies is to make money. If you want to use awards to expand your popularity and sell at a good price, then the expenditure on public relations expenses must not be too exaggerated. Otherwise, who would do a loss-making business? The entire award season is completely a package operation, which has led to intensified competition between films. All contestants who want to win awards can only passively or actively invest money in it to ensure that they are at least not discriminated against. Steven Spielberg of Saving Private Ryan suffered such a loss. He was too proud and unwilling to cater to others. As a result, he was finally overturned by Miramax's Shakespeare in Love and missed the best film of the year. Originally, all film critics were optimistic about this World War II masterpiece, but so what? It still capsized. This also makes everyone more respectful of the rules set by the judges. Under such a vicious cycle, coupled with the increasingly serious political correctness, the reputation of the Oscars is also getting worse. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. At least in the past few years, the value of the awards is still recognized. Therefore, the grey economy industry that has developed may be more concerned than the awards season itself. The professional lobbying companies in Hollywood only make a few months of money a year, but they are still living a prosperous life. So, in the long run, will it lead to the result that bad money drives out good money? Anyway, no one cares, right? Let time decide everything. It is not the so-called shady, nor is it a dreamy, fair and sunny place, just as Hollywood is never a place where hard work and acting skills can succeed. Lyman certainly knows this, and he does not have the mysterious self-confidence of Steven Spielberg. On the contrary, he is very cautious and willing to abide by the rules of this industry. After all, if he can really win the award, the benefits to himself will definitely be more direct and better than the investment. He has thought about it, and with the income generated by the two movies, a large part of it will go to him. Oh, no, most of it is the common income of the studio. He discussed it with Ryan, and Ryan also agreed with his idea of trying. Therefore, the PR fee will be paid to CAA from Mann Studios' account. Only by separating public and private can it last. Lyman has always paid attention to this aspect in the relationship with Ryan. They are partners, and this emotional foundation should not deteriorate. The cost of PR is not cheap, a full $5 million US. If Europa Films had not also to bear half of it, Lyman would definitely not want to pay. Sure enough, lobbying is all based on Franklin. Favors are something that will be used less and less each time. As the money arrived, CAA immediately started relevant actions. Paramount Pictures is still insisting on showing Three Idiots in a small number of theaters, and the single theater box office has suddenly increased recently. Moreover, the name of the film began to be mentioned at the Los Angeles Film Critics Awards on January 3rd. There is no doubt that it is time to start brushing up its qualifications and prepare to get a pass to the Oscar selection. It was also from that day that the name of the film began to appear frequently. The Directors Guild and the Film Critics Guild both received relevant nominations and won at the Golden Satellite Awards, also known as the Little Golden Globe, because it is selected by American journalists and media people like the Golden Globe Awards. In fact, even the relevant organization is a division of the American Journalists Association. This is also one of the Oscar Wreath of Aims and a more important award in Hollywood. Well, with the efforts of CAA, Three Idiots was nominated again. Then there were a large number of niche awards such as the Houston Film Critics Association Award and the Chicago Film Critics Association Award, which were also nominated or simply booked. Games always get boring when playing, and the same is true for award season. However, Lyman has not come to North America yet, because Kevin Hoween said that he could come before February. The previous ones can be handled, even if he does not show up in person, and will not make the judges of the relevant selection feel disrespected. Steven Spielberg is this point that makes those judges feel taboo. After getting so many nominations, the style began to be shaped. Among all foreign language films, Three Idiots can be said to be the leader, and it feels like it is in the limelight. It also became the one with the highest expectations among all the selected lists. Gasoline. Chapter 119 Support Power. Subscription Recommendation. Gangs of New York won 3 awards from the Los Angeles Film Critics Association. Will this be the year when Leonardo DiCaprio can finally win the Oscar? Will Leonardo DiCaprio become the first actor of his age to win an Oscar? Nicole Kidman met with Oscar judges and the two had an intimate meal together. The pianist caused controversy again. Director Roman Polanski was formerly wanted for sexually assaulting a young girl. The police said they would pay close attention. Meryl Streep met with Harvey Weinstein and the two behaved intimately. Chicago received public praise from Oscar judges. Its depiction of the era was unprecedentedly profound. Three Idiots received rave reviews. Will director Lyman win an Oscar? Frida's leading lady Salma Hayek attended the Vogue party. Can she win the Best Actress award? As time entered January, the media newspapers also officially started the frenzy. There are new hot topics to publish almost every day, such as relevant press releases sent by public relations companies. In order to satisfy the curiosity of the public, they follow up and interview the popular nominees, and they continue to dig into the private actions of big stars who are expected to hit the Oscars this year. The Oscar selection is now the most concerned by the public. If you can take pictures of any scandals of big stars during this period, it will undoubtedly mean an increase in newspaper sales. After all, compared with conventional reports, everyone definitely prefers to watch scandals, and scandals. Of course, at this time of year, for films that have the hope of operating Oscars, it is inevitable that they will smear each other and lower the competitiveness of their opponents. This is also the reason why the audience is so concerned. There is no end to the gossip. The most unlucky person this year is undoubtedly Roman Polanski. At such a critical juncture, there were rumors that he sexually assaulted actresses, and then he was immediately identified and fled to France in a hurry to apply for immunity protection. Now he is officially wanted by the US police and asked to return to the United States to cooperate with the investigation. However, since Roman Polanski can be exposed to such news, it is naturally not aimless. The person involved, a 13-year-old girl, came forward to testify against him personally, which further confirmed his poor character and how shameful his illegal behavior was. However, adhering to the principle that Oscars have never been concerned about other factors besides movies, The Pianist directed by Roman Polanski has won good results in major awards. It seems that the film is going to be sent to the Oscars, which really makes the audience dissatisfied. They probably can't figure out how a director with tainted character and morality can still win a big award. Well, in free America, the selection should also be free and should not be mixed with too many things. As the public's attention to this matter increases, more past events about director Roman Polanski have been unearthed. He lost his mother in a concentration camp in childhood, lost his wife in middle age, and his first wife Sharon Tate was murdered at home by fanatics. The reason was that the cult wanted to punish the rich class who had fallen and lost, which also meant random killings. She and her friends were just unlucky. He had a strong interest in young women, even underage girls. As early as 1977, there were rumors of related things, and he was forced to accept more than a month of imprisonment and investigation. But due to insufficient evidence, he was soon released. But the United States has always maintained a wanted list for him, which made him dare not return to the United States since then, until The Pianist was published and praised by too many people. His scandal was once again repeatedly mentioned by competitors, and the police were quite cooperative. In addition, there were sexual assault cases, so it can be said that his artistic achievements and personal morality are inversely proportional, not to mention that he refused the trial of American law and fled abroad, which made him very controversial, like a dog that lost its home. Anyway, on this point, the media repeatedly mentioned it, which caused a lot of criticism. To be honest, the process from registration to Oscar nomination is actually the most terrible elimination process. Many judges have to consider the impact of various factors and make difficult choices among a large number of films. Therefore, if Roman Polanski's reputation continues to be suppressed, he is likely to disappear from the judges' nomination list under such a set of operations. This also achieves the purpose of competitors. However, perhaps they did not expect that the Oscar judges were far more stubborn than they thought. Not only did they not cancel the eligibility of The Pianist, they also repeatedly stated publicly that art does not matter character. Haha. What should I do? In mid-January, even France was a little chilly. However, the person in the vortex of everything, Roman Polanski, smoking a cigarette, wearing only a single shirt, sitting on the terrace with a depressed look on his face, blowing the cold wind. However, the agent at the site, wearing a thick leather jacket, disagreed. After this storm, those news magazines will soon lose interest in reporting. Don't worry too much. But, his voice rose, but he didn't know what to say. He just held his forehead, took a big puff of cigarette, and slowly exhaled. Sorry, I lost my temper, and asked you to come to me so early in the morning. It is my job to solve your doubts. No need to say that. The agent looked at the scenery in the distance and said slowly, I will contact a professional company for public opinion control to help you suppress it a little, but it is estimated that this matter will not be settled before the Oscars are over. You must be prepared and stay out of the limelight in the next few days. Of course, of course, of course. Roman Polanski was a little collapsed. Of course I know what to do. The old past was turned up again, and the scars in his heart were once again revealed. However, it was all his own fault. He deserved it, didn't he? There is always a price to pay for making mistakes, and he has not paid enough. In the eyes of the United States, his identity at this time was still a fugitive. Of course, France, which took him in, did not see it that way. In less than 2 days, the incident fermented again. Roman Polanski and his work The Pianist had been linked to Oscar bribery and shady dealings. Otherwise, how could this work still win awards and be eligible for elections? Shady dealings. It must be shady dealings. The media and newspapers naturally would not let go of this trend, and they also added insult to injury to the Oscar selection rules. For a while, Roman Polanski was accused of bribery and his behavior was ridiculed. But in fact, he really didn't have any public relations, or he himself didn't care much about the Oscars, because he didn't dare to go to the United States at all. Even if he could win the award, he didn't dare to attend the event. Therefore, the little golden man was far less important to him. What's more, he wanted to develop in the European literary and art circles wholeheartedly, so there was no need to wade into muddy waters. Maybe it's a rebellious mentality. Everyone is criticizing the Oscars more and more, but people are more and more positive about the election of The Pianist. That is, let it participate. In such a tense atmosphere, and encountering so many things, it feels bad to be talked about. Roman Polanski, who is recuperating in France, is irritable and angry all day. Why is the media company you found useless? There are more and more reports about me. FXXK, I don't want to see these. But we can't cover it up. Yes, we can't cover it up. So many competitors want to see you out. How can we suppress it? Moreover, the media don't want to miss the biggest scandal of the Oscars this year. It represents countless hotspots and traffic attention. The most popular Oscar film candidate, Oscar /Curtain Talk, movie Unspoken Rules. The victim is an underage woman. The whole thing is full of controversy and drama, and it belongs to the carnival of the newspaper industry. Since such a scandal cannot be covered up, the only way is to reduce the sense of existence. That is, don't cover it up, let it go, and wait until the media reports enough, and naturally divert attention. Of course, the agent still meant this, but Roman Polanski was not in a good mood. But he had no way to do it. He couldn't control all the media. Moreover, the situation had become increasingly unfavorable to him. If he intervened forcefully, it would even have a counterproductive effect. And how would the Oscars continue to express their views on this unprecedented vicious incident? This was also a mystery. Even Miramax, the instigator of this incident, could not guess. Harvey Weinstein was powerful and his public relations skills were unparalleled, but he could not guess people's hearts, so he could not make any predictions. He felt that this was good for him and the work Chicago launched by their company, so he did it. As for how it would develop in the future, that was not something he should worry about, right? As for the so-called shady/unspoken rules of the jury, no one in the industry cared. The media reported more about it to give the public a taste of the gossip. Such things would happen every year at the Oscars, but would there be any changes? This was not the first time that they were exposed for being unfair and accepting bribes. Can a jury of more than 1,000 people still expect everyone to behave themselves? There have even been photos of people directly stuffing money into the pockets. It's just a claim, but if there is no substantial evidence, they will not take it seriously. It's just a small thing, far from being a big deal. Of course, this is the industry's view on the jury, and it's not very clear what the audience thinks. Maybe they will be angry or disappointed with the Oscars, but so what? The rules of the game are not something that the public can decide, and they don't have the mind to decide all of this. They can't even handle their own lives, so who would care about other people's problems? Just laugh it off. 500 miles PS. Some readers said that the protagonist's values are problematic and extended to personal attacks on me. Let me say this here. The articles I write are definitely based on my own thoughts. If you don't like romantic articles, you don't have to force yourself. It's good for you, me, and everyone. Isn't that good? Secondly, the protagonist's 3 views do not represent my 3 views, but it does not mean that I do not agree with his 3 views. Let's put it this way. I did not write this article to praise truth, goodness, and beauty. It reflects the reality of society and some rules. On the contrary, it is what I'm more interested in. Moreover, I'm a person with no inclination. Life is a complex equation. It can have many solutions. Therefore, all the characters in this article, no matter what their solutions are, I can accept them. This is the premise of my writing. I may not advocate them, but I will not oppose them too much. There is no need to criticize me. I worked hard to write articles. I'm psychologically fragile and do not want to be scolded. In the future, I will delete and ban all personal attacks. That's it. In addition, the attack on Roman Polanski at this Oscar seems to be premeditated, and the biggest beneficiary is on none other than those competitors. I put the blame on Harvey because he has a criminal record. Chapter 120, The Direction of the Olympic Prize. Please subscribe and recommend. This year's Golden Globe Awards was held at Chandler Hall, the music center in Los Angeles. When Lyman walked onto the red carpet, he saw the reporters going crazy. They were holding microphones or cameras, and in order to compete for a good position, they shouldered and carried their handbags and fought their way through the crowd. The suit was wrinkled, and the tie was crooked, but no one cared. As long as they could take the right photo, it was worth it in the eyes of these reporters who specialize in entertainment news. Man's eyes were very sharp. When everyone's attention was still on the interview area, he found Peter Jackson, the fat New Zealander, from the vehicles in front of the red carpet. This meant that the crew members of the recently popular Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, would appear next. They are the most popular figures in Hollywood now. If they could interview them and get some exclusive news, maybe they could make the headlines of tomorrow's entertainment section, which would be great. The crowd began to scream, and the Golden Globe Awards red carpet host Kurt Minounus apparently got the hint from the headset. He ended the interview with the red carpet guest in a few words, and hurried to greet the Lord of the Rings crew. Probably arranged by the organizer, Lyman was behind Peter Jackson. He walked to the end of the red carpet, and few reporters paid attention to him. Lyman was also happy. He hurried from France to attend the Golden Globe Awards, not for any award. Perhaps it should be said that whether 3 idiots can make a difference in the Golden Globe Awards is not very important, but such an award ceremony can meet countless important people in the circle, and they are all the top people in power in Hollywood. Such a grand event contains countless opportunities and hides countless connections. For a director like him, it is also indispensable, not to mention that he needs to leave some impression on the judges for the selection of the Oscars later. He needs to show up in front of these judges more often to increase his recognition. Obviously, the Golden Globe Awards is such a perfect stage. When Kevin Hoween called to inform him, he immediately set off to Los Angeles. He didn't even go to the interview area, but walked directly into the Chandler Hall. Under the guidance of a staff member, he quickly found the location of the crew of 3 idiots. When he went over, George, Ryan, and Thomas were already sitting together. They hated being in the spotlight even more than Lyman, so they came in through the employee passage. This way, Lyman. Ryan waved his hand and gestured. Lyman walked over quickly, sat in the empty seat to the right of Ryan, loosened his tie, and exhaled a sigh of relief. It's really lively. Yes, the momentum this year is more prosperous than usual. George nodded in agreement. Who do you think will win the Golden Globe this year? Ryan was not interested in the atmosphere. Instead, he looked around at the guests. He saw Nicole Kidman and Meryl Streep talking and laughing together, not caring about the competition between the two. So he asked, "Who do you think is more likely to win among the nominated actresses?" It's undoubtedly Nicole Kidman. She missed the Best Actress award last year, and it's a bit unreasonable not to win it this year. Neither she nor the PR team behind her will miss this opportunity again, Lyman said with a tone full of certainty. George nodded in agreement. "If I were the PR team behind her, I would also try my best to make a big fuss about the Golden Globe Awards. The direction of the Oscars this year is a bit confusing, and they need this momentum to help them get to the final stage of the selection." As it turned out, their predictions were completely correct. After a short break, accompanied by wonderful singing and dancing, the Golden Globe Awards ceremony officially began. The host was full of witty remarks, and the live broadcast cameras on all sides kept scanning the seats where the celebrities gathered. Everyone was calm and handled everything with ease. In such a public place, no one wanted to make a fool of themselves. The winner of the 60th Golden Globe Awards for Best Original Score is The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. The Best Screenplay Award goes to Jim Taylor and Alexander Payne of About Schmidt. Please welcome the two of you. The Best Original Song was won by Gangs of New York. The Golden Globe Award ceremony was very fast, and there was a tendency to first show the TV field and then the film industry. As the award presenters and the host joked with each other, one by one, the actors and actresses with excellent public relations or the filming and production teams behind them came on stage to receive the corresponding awards. Finally, in the expectation of the audience watching on TV, the first heavyweight award of the Film Award, Best Actress in a Drama, began to be selected. It is because of these outstanding ladies that our screens are so colorful. The award presenter Regan Stein said humorously. Julianne Moore, Far From Heaven. Julianne's figure appeared on the big screen behind her. She smiled and waved at the camera in a bright red dress, and the theater immediately rang out polite applause. Salma Hayek, Frida Sama also appeared in the camera, and there was another round of applause. Nicole Kidman, The Hours. Meryl Streep, The Hours. Diane Lane, Unfaithful. Ladies, thank you for your wonderful performances. Regan paused and opened the envelope in his hand, and the Golden Globe Award for Best Actress goes to. He made a very happy expression and read aloud. Nicole Kidman, congratulations. Did you see that? Lyman clapped politely and whispered to Ryan, she is definitely a smart woman. Ryan stared blankly until Nicole Kidman gave her acceptance speech with tears in her eyes and an overly surprised expression. Then he sighed silently. Is this Hollywood? He muttered to himself. She can pretend to be indifferent, and she can also publicize the award privately, and she can also pretend to know nothing and look very surprised. Sure enough, she is a natural actor and her acting skills are perfect. The highlight of the night is undoubtedly the showdown between Nicole Kidman and other candidates, and the other controversial ones are not that big. Besides, the Golden Globe Awards have always been criticized for distributing awards in a cake-sharing manner, and everyone is here to participate in a happy networking event, and no one will take these too seriously, of course, except for the actors. No matter what, if they can win the award, it will definitely help their acting career. Point Best Actor, Jack Nicholson. About Schmidt. Point Best Supporting Actor, Chris Cooper. Adapted Screenplay. Point Best Director, Martin Scorsese. Gangs of New York. Congratulations. Tell me, Lemon, when will you be able to stand on a stage like this? I really want to see that day. Ryan looked at Martin Scorsese, who was laughing and talking on the stage, and suddenly sighed. I don't think you are any worse than them. Lemon glanced at him. What makes you talk nonsense? Didn't you sleep well last night? Can I beat so many competitors with a foreign language film and a public relations focus that is not on the Best Director category? Just think about it. The rules are there. He looked at another award presenter who walked onto the stage. This is the award we have the possibility of getting. On the stage, Catherine Zeta-Jones, dressed in a red evening gown and looking stunning, was reading the list of nominees for the Best Foreign Language Film at this year's Golden Globe Awards. Talk to her. Spain, Africa, Germany, Three Idiots, India, and France. Hero China. She smiled at the audience and took out the envelope with a curious look on her face. It must be us. It should be us. Ryan was not so sentimental, but Thomas was the one who got nervous at the last minute. Lemon was still very calm. He knew that the people at CAA were fighting for this award for him, to pave the way for his later Oscar campaign. With this award, the persuasiveness and senses of the judges would be affected, and it would also be in the direction of a good impression. His biggest competitor was undoubtedly the Spanish work Talk to Her, but this film received far more nominations than him, and unlike their team, that focused on the best foreign language film, so, overall, he had a better chance of winning. The winner is Catherine Zeta-Jones. Had a smile on her face, and she didn't want to keep everyone waiting. She quickly gave the answer, 3 Idiots. Congratulations. Yes. Thomas's excited voice rang out beside him. George had always been very calm. At this time, he clapped his hands like Ryan. Congratulations. Applause rang out from all directions. Lemon hugged Ryan and others one by one, and then walked calmly towards the stage. Lemon walked past the Sundance podium, and he was even reluctant to accept some small awards. He once thought that he would be excited to be recognized by major awards such as the Golden Globe for his own strength. Maybe the Oscars would be different, but now he found out that he was wrong. Although he didn't have any joy of being recognized or any complicated feelings, it didn't mean that his heart was not moved at this time. Just like doing business to promote a project, spending so much money, putting in some energy and planning, when he succeeds, it is equivalent to achieving the expected effect he wants. He never felt that he was mature enough, and that he had learned enough about movies to the point where he didn't need to grow up. However, after 3 Idiots, or the most surprising time in his life at the Sundance and Venice film festivals, he is no longer immature and ignorant. He knows the rules, abides by the rules, and gets the benefits of the rules. However, at this moment, when he walks towards the Golden Globe Awards, he recalls the past, when he gritted his teeth and struggled, and can't help but sigh. What can this prove? Faint. Chapter 121. What to prove? Please subscribe and recommend. What can this award prove? Excellent connections? Adequate public relations expenses? Or luck? Anyway, among the countless facts that this best foreign language award can represent, there is definitely no complete and unified statement. But this does not mean that he is unhappy. At least, he is moving towards the ultimate goal. It doesn't matter if he deviates from it occasionally. Lemon quickly suppressed his inappropriate fantasies and walked up to the podium calmly. He first hugged Catherine Zeta-Jones politely. Congratulations, Director Lemon. Should I say thank you? The two laughed softly. After a brief greeting, Lemon took the weighty Golden Globe trophy from her hand, turned around and faced the silent attention of the audience. Lemon took a deep breath slowly, settled all his complicated emotions, and once again devoted himself to the appropriate role of the winner of surprise and emotion. Thank you. And one last thing. After a relatively routine acceptance speech, Lemon bowed, and then was led backstage by a staff member holding the trophy for an interview. His agent Johnson had been waiting in the backstage interview area for a long time. Director Lemon, how do you feel now? Do you think you will win the favor of the Oscar judges? Although you have already won the Golden Globe Award, do you have a chance of winning for your work? Director Lemon. In the visual stimulation of multiple flashes, Lemon could only barely resist, restraining his urge to blink quickly, and at the same time picking out a few questions to answer. Fortunately, Johnson was very experienced in this kind of scene, constantly blocking for him, and gently reminding him how to answer some tricky questions. Lemon successfully responded to a few insignificant answers, and held the trophy for reporters to take a few photos, and then it was over. Finally, the Golden Globe Award ceremony finally came to a close amid the laughter and singing. In fact, compared to the Oscars, the Golden Globe Awards is more like a carnival for practitioners. Everyone is nominated, everyone has fun, and no matter whether they are the final winners or losers, they are all relatively relaxed. Moreover, unlike the unified party held by Vanity Fair after the Oscars, the Golden Globe Awards do not hold this. However, each company will hold its own award-winning party. This is what Europa thinks. George also came to inform Lemon and his team, and this is also a good opportunity for CAA and Paramount Pictures, the two allies, not to be absent and to promote mutual feelings. Even though Lemon was very tired, he still did not refuse George's invitation. Honestly, you should come out and attend similar events more often. For a social maniac like George, most of the time, apart from handling various necessary work, the rest is to expand the network of relationships. He took the lead in toasting to Lemon and said, unless it is related to you, you almost never attend any party. Even when you are free, you would rather hide at home and rot than go out for a walk. This is not good. Of course, I don't mean that you have to socialize, but after all, people only have one life, so you should enjoy it when you should. Lemon laughed. Yes, George, I will definitely consider your suggestion seriously. Tonight, he is the absolute protagonist. At such a celebratory party, even if Lemon deliberately controls the amount, and he is already slightly drunk, there is still an endless stream of people in the circle who come to socialize with him. He won the Golden Globe Award, which is also an achievement, plus the box office performance of Fury is very good, and the success of 3 movies with different themes is also very convincing. In the entertainment industry, having good results is always the best social weapon, and this still works for actors, producers, photographers and other identities. Maybe before this, some people would not take you seriously, but when you show more and more success, quite a few people will change their minds, invite you to make a movie, get close to you. The conversation attitude will also be more respectful. Lemon clearly felt it. Even Paramount Pictures CEO Shirley Lansing smiled and greeted him for the first time. Before this, let alone taking the initiative to meet, there were few opportunities for the two of them to be polite to each other in a business-like manner. This is really realistic. Cheers. Bang, another bottle of champagne was opened, bubbles surged out, and one cup after another was filled. Ryan and Thomas had happy faces. After dealing with interpersonal relationships, Lemon also gathered with his small group. We won the Golden Globe Award. Thomas showed his excitement from the beginning. However, this is indeed a good result, isn't it? Ryan sat on a chair, picked up a glass of champagne, and after the 3 of them clinked their glasses, he said, "Congratulations to you. Congratulations to us." Lemon picked up the glass and drank it all. As the night deepened, the Golden Globe Award celebration banquet became increasingly deserted. The 2002 awards season had already passed 2/3 and officially entered the final sprint stage. 2 days later, at 9:30 p.m. on January 27th, the Oscar nomination party officially kicked off, announcing the annual Oscar nomination list. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Ellie Dominic, accompanied by the chairman of the Academy jury Frank Pearson, began to announce the films nominated for this year's Oscars. The most concerned was undoubtedly the competition for the Best Picture. Chicago, The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, The Pianist, Gangs of New York and The Hours. These 5 films successfully squeezed into the final campaign stage, and also launched the last offensive against The Little Golden Man. When this nomination list came out, many people were surprised. Not only the public, but also industry insiders did not expect it at all. 2 popular films, Adapted and Catch Me If You Can, both failed to win the Oscars. Some people even joked that Leonardo DiCaprio was really not liked by those old timers in the Academy, and he was always a runner-up in the Oscars. He was really miserable. Facts have proved that he was indeed miserable. In the end, he had to make his appearance ugly to avoid being treated differently. Instead, the most controversial film recently, The Pianist, and The Low-Key Chicago were replaced. This is not just a surprise, but it also disrupted the planning and preparation of many people, and the opponents in the chess game have changed. If Chicago, as a film promoted by Miramax this year, is a small-scale film with low-key previews and few awards, but the film style is very retro and nostalgic, which pokes the judges' hearts, and at the last minute once again replicated the feat of Shakespeare in Love to Counterattack, and there is a precedent, and considering that this was planned by Harvey Weinstein, it would not surprise everyone too much. Then The Pianist is really very unexpected. No one can believe that the Academy judges will take such great pressure from public opinion and insist on putting such a tainted film in the final competition. In the history of the Oscars, there has never been such a thing, which is the most surprising point for everyone. They may not understand the meaning of the Academy judges doing this, and the most troublesome is undoubtedly the public relations team behind Adapted. Leading the whole season, winning all major awards, but dying in an incredible way at the last minute. The ending came too suddenly, without any signs, and they just failed. Think carefully about what benefits will come from putting The Pianist up, but I can't figure out what benefits will come to the Academy judges. Can Roman Polanski still get away with it and come to the United States to receive the award? He may never dare to come to the United States for the rest of his life, so what value does this Oscar nomination have for him and the judges? It is obviously meaningless, but the Academy judges did it. However, what they think in their minds will not make people care too much. Anyway, they can always do some upsets every few years. Maybe it is to emphasize their presence. After all, only during the Oscar awards season every year will people think of them and have some demand for them. As for the nomination of Three Idiots for Best Foreign Language Film, it seems a bit calm. After all, there have been relevant signs in the circle for a long time, and competition in this area has never been in the thinking of these film manufacturers. Only those outsiders will care about this award. For the locals, it really doesn't mean much. However, Lyman was indeed needed, and CAA also made enough efforts to ensure that this nomination was foolproof. At the end of the year, not only did they contact Paramount Pictures to sell some face, they also contacted several theaters to re-enter the market for previews, and in mid-January of the following year, they continued to spend money to buy box office to improve the market data of Three Idiots, so that the judges felt that the popularity of the film's small-scale previews remained unabated. And those mainstream film critics associations and award applications also spent a lot of public relations fees, which allowed Three Idiots to expand its reputation in the circle in an orderly manner, and in the minds of the Academy members, it quietly left enough popularity and became a strong competitor in the final competition. Such a step-by-step process, and there were no unexpected factors that made it a surprise, so it was a normal result to get a nomination. In addition, Three Idiots was also nominated for Best Adapted Screenplay and Best Cinematography, but these two nominations were mostly technical, and were not the main campaign goals of the public relations team behind Lyman. However, the fact that the film won 3 nominations shows that it is still pretty good in the eyes of the judges. The biggest favorite of this year's Oscars is undoubtedly the latecomer Chicago, which has been nominated for 12 awards in total, including all the popular awards except Best Actor. Harvey Weinstein's execution ability in the Oscars can be described as strong. Hall of Fame. Chapter 122 Public Controversy. Subscription Recommendation. Roman Polanski was nominated for Best Director. His character has nothing to do with art, and it has no impact on the Oscars. The Pianist was nominated for 7 awards. The Oscar judges showed a clear favor. What will be the final result? Who will win the Best Actress in the duel between Nicole Kidman and Renee Zellweger? Chicago is very popular and has unlimited scenery. Hollywood ushered in the Harvey Weinstein era. Has it been nominated for the Best Picture Oscar consecutively? Is it Vision or something else? The hours caused controversy. In order to ensure Nicole Kidman's competitive advantage, they actually helped Meryl Streep apply for the Best Supporting Actress. Over the years, the Oscar nomination list has always grabbed a wave of entertainment headlines, and this year is no exception. On the second day of the nomination dinner, all the relevant newspaper drafts have been released. However, what is slightly different from previous years is that compared with the selection of major awards such as Best Picture, Best Actor or Best Actress, this year people's attention is undoubtedly on a controversial movie like The Pianist. The director's evil deeds obviously made them feel uncomfortable, and what was even more unpleasant was that The Pianist had a good nomination advantage. Can it really win the award? All the gossip sections were concerned about this issue, because this kind of thing was too much of a topic for discussion. When various newspapers made predictions about the ownership of this year's Oscars, the bookmakers also opened corresponding odds. Roman Polanski's winning odds increased slightly after the scandal broke out, and it was as high as 1:2.5, which shows that they are also optimistic about this tainted director winning the award. After all, the Academy judges of the Oscars don't know what's wrong, and they look like they are supporting him. In the competition for the best director, another hot candidate for the award is Martin Scorsese of Gangs of New York, with odds of 1:3, which is 0.5 points more than Roman Polanski. In addition, the odds of the other three runners-up in the eyes of the bookmakers are all above 1:5 or 110, which shows how the professionals in the circle view the evaluation of this award. Moreover, Harvey Weinstein's Miramax has always preferred the best film, which is in line with their company's consideration of maximizing profits. Of course, this is also known to the industry. The fact that the bookmakers dare to make this odds assessment also shows their confidence. They have always been very powerful. The odds of Three Idiots in the best foreign language film are even more amazing, at 1:1.5. If you don't know, you might think they are the public relations team behind it, and they are more confident than the people from CAA. However, it also means that they are really optimistic that the film can make it to the end, because Three Idiots is a typical work with a strong regional atmosphere, which has certain advantages in the selection of the best foreign language film. More importantly, CAA and Paramount Pictures are supporting such a film. Give it to outsiders, or give it to half of our own people. Is there any need to choose such an option? Especially the old stubborn people in the academic school are most fond of local characteristics and differential treatment. For example, the famous Jewish theorem. Actors with Jewish ancestry always win a lot at the Oscars and get more opportunities to perform than others. Many people are saying that half of Hollywood is controlled by Jewish forces, which is not a lie. They are also more willing to help their own people, which seems unfair to many people, but it is the means for Jews to survive in Hollywood, the United States, or other places. Although there are inevitable disagreements, Jews are famous for sticking together, especially in the entertainment industry, where personal connections can determine the allocation of resources. It has become an instinct for them to help each other. For example, Harvey Weinstein can have such an influence on the Oscars, not only because of his good ability, but also because of his ancestry and ethnicity. The same is true for Natalie Portman and Scarlett Johansson. Their smooth and successful acting careers also illustrate this point. As for why they don't look like Jewish people, it's because the ethnic view that Jews agree with is to look at the maternal line, and it happens that their mothers are Jewish and their fathers are not. If we count the past, there are a large number of actresses who have become outstanding because of this phenomenon, such as Marilyn Monroe, Goldie Hawn, Kate Hudson, etc. It is undeniable that they have strength and beauty, but the most important thing is still the continuous support of noble people. This kind of cultural identity and closeness is self-evident, and it can't even be said to be cheating or anything. They are simply exposed. If it weren't for the fact that the Jewish people were not competitive this year and didn't have any Oscars, Nicole Kidman would probably have to run as a runner-up like in previous years, watching the awards fall into the hands of those who are not as good as her. Didn't Gwyneth Paltrow win the title of the most watery Oscar actress? Well, she is Jewish. Just like China has a serious hometown complex, in the ancient officialdom, the hometown party was a powerful political force, and people have always been willing to survive in large groups. If there is no party within the party, there will be emperors. If there is no faction within the party, there will be all kinds of strange things. These words said by the great man are really wise words. In an immigrant country like the United States, there is no hometown party culture, but racial identity instead. All races will naturally gather together to form a closely related community of interests and try to hold as many resources as possible in society for such a community to gain a foothold and develop. Among all races, or in the United States, Jews and blacks are the most group-oriented, mainly because they are in a relatively weak state in the overall environment. I won't say much about blacks, because they awakened to racialism relatively late and have only begun to slowly show their strength in recent times, but their nationality also determines that it will be difficult for them to achieve something in the general environment, so they have to stick together. As for the Jews, in modern times, such things happened, and being excluded, discriminated against and disgusted became commonplace, so they had to stick together, and their racial culture also emphasized this point. That is, in such a group culture, they gradually gained influence and occupied a certain dominant position in Hollywood. Of course, this does not mean that any Jew can achieve fame and fortune and have no worries about food and drink after entering Hollywood, but that this part of people may get an extra opportunity that is generally difficult for others to get by relying on their bloodline. For example, the Oscars. After you are nominated with a certain amount of strength and luck, you can play the emotional card. Those Jewish judges subconsciously maintain the interests of their race in it, and Harvey Weinstein also achieved his influence in the future with this trick. This sounds incredible at first, and it is difficult for outsiders to believe that the Oscars are so glittering. How can it be like this? But the fact is that in the eyes of those academic judges, it is really like this. Just like those big stars, outsiders think they are unclear and powerful, no matter how they look at them. For example, in the entertainment industry, outsiders rarely understand it and will have illusions. Only when they really step into it will they find out how dirty the circle is and how many transactions are clearly marked. This is not surprising, because the actor industry is not linked to academic qualifications and knowledge, nor is it mixed with literacy and moral standards. In fact, it is not easy for those who have too much bottom line and too much moral cultivation to stand out. It is something that a lotus can do to stay unstained in the mud. For ordinary people, if they don't have a background, or don't want to go with the flow, who will take you to play? The judges of the Oscars are not professional review machines supported by the association. They are human beings, individuals, and they all have their own social relationships and personality tendencies. This means that it is difficult to remove their subjective thoughts and vote objectively according to professional standards. Let alone racial bias, gender bias, appearance bias, subject matter bias, value bias. All subjective biases are rampant among these more than 1,000 people. Although according to the voting rules announced by the Academy, it is forbidden to vote in a single vote or discuss things in private, there is almost no time when there is no one asking for ballots or voting. There are too many tricks in the Oscars to list, and a large part of the judges are veterans from the 1970s and 1980s, or even further back to the present. Do you think they will become indifferent to the world when they get old and suddenly begin to truly devote themselves to the art of film? It is impossible. Even if there is, how many people can have such awareness? The ballot in their hands is just a ticket to seek benefits. As for who to vote for, it doesn't matter. Since the judges themselves do not respect the so-called Oscars, those insiders who also want to achieve some interests are even less willing to respect and maintain the principle of fair competition. However, they dare not do too much. Since the 1980s, when they entered the era of stars, the Oscars whitewashing work has improved a lot, and it really looks like that. Three Idiots is in such an environment, moving forward without deviation towards the Oscar plan formulated by CAA for it. Lyman also got busy. Under the guidance of Kevin Hoween, he called the judges who might be able to help the film awards and promised them benefits. This is the simplest way to fight for it, but the most effective. Perhaps other competitors are doing the same thing. In the end, it's just a matter of who is more skilled. As for the work itself, it may have been forgotten long ago. Summer Train. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Winning Over Votes. Please subscribe and recommend. Hi, Mr. Robert, I'm Lyman last. May I have the honor of inviting you to a private party tonight? When Robert Jerry received Lyman's call, he was not surprised. He was an Oscar judge who had the power to select the best film. He had the votes in his hand. It was that simple. It's a taboo to meet with the judges in private. I don't think you should call me at this time. If it were any other time, I would definitely be happy to do so. When Lyman got the relevant information from Kevin Hoween, he was fully prepared. Please don't get me wrong. I made this call just to get to know Mr. Robert. When strangers build friendships with strangers, one person always needs to take the first step, right? Robert smiled softly and said, "Of course, I agree with your idea. Then, see you tonight." See you tonight. Although the Oscar selection rules clearly stipulate that participating films and crew members are not allowed to contact the judges in private in any form and are not allowed to recommend their own works in any way, even by phone or email. Once verified, they will be disqualified from the Oscar campaign. However, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. Judges are ordinary people too. They also have social activities. You can't prohibit this. Is there anyone who stipulates that Oscar judges cannot have a private life? My friend had a birthday party, and at the party I happened to meet the crew members of a popular movie, and we chatted with each other. Did this violate the rules? Obviously not. Such loopholes in the rules are a must-have for every public relations team, and they are also very skilled in playing them. And inviting judges like Robert to appear at private parties is also in the capacity of their respective friends. Kevin, it's great to see you again. Brian didn't come. Robert Jerry. Oh, the last time we met was last year. I've been in good health recently and can still walk a little. Hi, Director Lemon. How are you? Friend, long time no see. Just call me Lemon. Hello, Lemon. I like your work very much. It has a very good concept. Thank you. Borrowing Kevin Hoween's luxurious manor in Beverly Hills, they started their first canvassing activity in the evening of early February. Before the real communication, they also thoughtfully prepared exquisite food and some delicious wine. Lemon, George, Kevin Hoween, Johnson, Ryan, Thomas team members were like butterflies flying among the judges, responding to every distinguished guest with a gentle smile and sincere greetings. Leave a good impression, or even create true friendship between each other, laying the foundation for the subsequent selection work. And party invitations like this will not stop in the next week. A little gift for everyone, Sony's new home video player and a set of hardcover videotapes of 3 Idiots. At the end of the party, the judges received the items that CAA had prepared long ago and were taken away happily. I'm so tired. Lemon sat on the chair. I don't know if it's my illusion or I've been too busy recently. I just drank a little tonight and I feel very uncomfortable. He took 2 deep breaths and suppressed the churning in his stomach. If it doesn't work, let us help you deal with it. You take a few days off. Ryan saw that Lemon was uncomfortable and suggested seriously. Just as Lemon was lying in the backseat of the car in a daze and Thomas drove back to the hotel, several judges also began their own discussions. To be honest, you are not the first old friend to call me, Bowen. Robert, who had just received the gift and returned home, was about to take a shower and go to bed to rest when another public relations call came in. He turned on the TV with a wry smile, but considerately turned down the volume. This year's Oscars are really exciting. I really want to know who you are canvassing for. By the way, aren't all your relatives in the United States? Do you have acquaintances in other places? Oh, man. Bowen said humorously on the other end of the phone. Maybe I just called to say hello to you? Impossible. I won't believe it. Robert shook his head immediately. Admit it frankly, which movie is it for? Bowen was silent for a moment, but still chuckled, and gave the answer. Well, I really can't hide anything from you. One of William's agents is an acquaintance of my wife. She wants me to help inquire about the situation of the Spanish movie Talk to Her. But I have already promised Kevin Hoween, and the director of 3 Idiots is a very nice person. This is a more euphemistic way of saying it. He has already accepted the gift, so how can he easily betray it? If he really does this, and doesn't have a suitable explanation, his future as a judge will be difficult. Is that so? Sorry. Bowen also understood, and didn't want to embarrass his old friend. He quickly ended the topic, greeted politely, chatted for a few more words, and then hung up the phone. It's getting more and more intense. Robert thought so, opened the envelope at hand, and reconfirmed his vote. He was worried and changed channels at random, but he was not at all devoted to the program on TV. Compared with Robert, who had never seen the candidate movies, and was only thinking about the gains and losses, the older generation Dennis Ritter was much more calm. As a columnist and film critic who served major film festivals in his early years, although he has retired, he has recently received many lobbying calls from various public relations companies, longtime friends, directors and even agencies. However, He just casually dealt with it a few words, and even easily promised to vote for all lobbyists. After all, it's an anonymous vote, and who to vote for depends on your mood. He votes for whoever he likes, and it's so easy for him without involving interest exchanges. Of course, this is also because he has no desires. After all, although he is in the entertainment industry, he does not want his family to enter the entertainment industry. In other words, he does not need to maintain the so-called connections in the industry, nor does he need to be nice to anyone. In addition, he is old and has a lot of things in his eyes. He is not willing to get involved in messy relationships. Even if he knows the dirty tricks behind the Oscars and understands that his vote can't change anything, he still values the right to choose. If people live to such an old age and don't even have the freedom to vote as they wish, it seems too sad, isn't it? 3 idiots. Talk to her. Where is home? Dennis Ridge muttered to himself in his own screening room. Let me watch it carefully again before I make a judgment. Picking up the videotape, Dennis put it into the DVD player without hesitation. Although the film has some flaws in several camera transitions, the idea is good and not too preachy. It has a sense of faithfully recording the perspective, and the director's control of color is very good. Several bright or cold rendering scenes are very interesting. Lemon, is that right? Another videotape was changed, and the picture began to slowly appear. The scale of the film is a bit small, but the director has a good control of the rhythm. But this supporting actress can't act. Compared with the other main actors, she is ridiculously bad. Such a big failure, a pity. Dennis shook his head, pressed the exit button of the DVD player, looked at the translated name The Sins of Father Romero on the cover, and threw it aside. Lyman Last 3 Idiots or Caroline Link's Where Is My Home? Dennis Siralida was a little worried. After carefully watching the 5 participating works, he still couldn't make a decisive elimination. Forget it. Although the subject of Where Is My Home is good, the director is a bit too pretentious. He reveals his ideas all the time, which is not good. Dennis shook his head, then put 3 Idiots in first place, and Where Is My Home in second place. As for the other 3 selected works, they obviously did not impress him. In fact, the number of judges who have votes in the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film is much smaller than that of other mainstream awards. After all, the Oscar is a major award established in the United States. Although it has become more and more internationally renowned with the vigorous development of Hollywood's industrial power, and the recognition of the film after winning the award is also important. No matter what, their mainstream selection is still based on English works. Therefore, the public relations of Lemon and others was not difficult. It only took a week to invite most of the judges one by phone. Most of them were willing to accept CAA's favor or show goodwill. This is undoubtedly good news for the campaign of 3 Idiots. However, the best foreign language film is related to many things after all, and those competitors will naturally not be idle. Until the last moment, no one can be sure of the ownership of this grand prize. Moreover, because the Oscar Best Foreign Language Film is naturally facing fierce competition, few people question the value of the award. Let's put it this way, maybe the best picture will be as controversial as Shakespeare in Love, but the best foreign language film has never been. Hundreds of works from various regions have been carefully selected, 5 have been picked out, and the final winner has been selected. It can be said that it is truly 1 in 100. In the eyes of those senior movie fans, the works that can win this award are definitely real materials. This is why CAA is willing to compete. First, it can get benefits. Second, it is very beneficial to the career of its client Lemon, and can establish an international reputation. Now, everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Dusk Till Dawn. Chapter 124 Grand Event. Subscription recommendation. Interesting. It's really lively. Thomas and Ryan sat on their seats, looking at the scenery outside the car window like a child full of childishness. This is not our first time to come to the Kodak Theater, but today, it feels unexpectedly novel. Yes. Thomas agreed, it's the most grand gathering I've ever seen. The Lincoln car they were sitting in was parked safely on the side of the road half a street away from Hollywood Boulevard, waiting for the relevant planners to arrange for them to enter. Even though it was a bit far away, you could already see that the crowd of onlookers was overflowing because of the large number of people extending from the large open space in front of the Kodak Theatre to the street outside. The surging crowd was indeed very impactful. Hundreds of spectators waved their hands frantically, hoping to attract the attention of the stars in the cars that had already begun to slowly enter. This was just the periphery, and the grand occasion of the Oscars was truly a glimpse. "You two are really stupid." Lemon, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and patted the two on the shoulders. "Guys, what's so good about having more people? Wouldn't it be more lively if you were to watch the World Cup live?" After the two of them finished, Ryan muttered, "It's as if I haven't been to the World Cup live." Are the feelings different? Here, I'm a participant. Unlike awards like the Golden Globe and Saturn Awards, the Oscars do not sell tickets to the public. All tickets are only available to nominees and their relatives and friends. Lemon doesn't have many relatives and friends in the United States. Heath Ledger has returned to Australia and is not here for the time being. As for Nicolas Cage, he can't use it because he has been invited. Eva Green is interested and has hinted that she can be his red carpet companion, but Lemon refused again. He doesn't want to live under the spotlight, with his every move being monitored by everyone, or becoming the subject of gossip because of something. Therefore, there are only 4 people in their group, which is pitifully small compared to the relatives and friends brought by other nominees. After all, if you can enter the scene, the biggest benefit is not only to witness the award ceremony up close, but also to participate in the Oscar night held by Vanity Fair. That is a good opportunity to greet and take photos with big stars. Many relatives and friends come here for this. Unfortunately, Lemon and others can't use it, which seems a bit wasteful. The car slowly started to start. Obviously, the driver's headphones in his ears received instructions that it was time for them to enter. Thomas sat in his seat and took a deep breath slowly. Seeing this, Ryan chuckled and said, "Dude, don't tell me you're a little nervous." No. Thomas tried his best to refute. But in fact, his palms were sweating a little. Think about it, he has never walked on a red carpet with so many people watching him, and he doesn't know if there is any problem with his clothes or outfit. He doesn't want to make a fool of himself in front of a group of reporters. Ryan smiled and didn't tease him with words anymore. Thomas continued to take a deep breath. Now, this is his only way to relieve his tension. The car is still moving forward, and the speed is very slow. The screams of "ah" were like waves, breaking through the barrier of the car windows and reaching everyone's ears. The car slowly reached the entrance of the red carpet and stopped steadily. "Who will follow me?" Lemon adjusted his tie and sleeves, put his hands on the car door, and prepared to get out of the car. "Me." Ryan responded and followed Lemon. After pushing open the car door, Lemon was the first to stand firmly on the ground and look around. The Kodak Theatre, which was shrouded in the sunset, was brightly lit inside, and a bright red carpet flowed down like a waterfall, attracting thousands of eyes in front of him. The red carpet was crowded on both sides, and there were also reporters carrying cameras and holding interview microphones. The various shouts and screams coming from the ears made people wonder if the vocal cords of those audiences who were shouting vigorously would be damaged. "It's our turn, Ryan." Seeing the team in front of him walk into the interview area, Lemon reminded. "Okay." The two of them walked onto the red carpet one after the other. Facing the blinding spotlights, they chatted with the host for a few more words. The questions asked were all normal, and Lemon's answers were also normal. Then, the two entered the interview area. Lyman, Ryan. After the interview, Agent Johnson and Kevin Hoween and other CAA team members had already waved to him at the entrance of the ceremony hall of the Kodak Theatre. The two walked over, and after George and Thomas came over, they walked inside together. A group of people followed Kevin Hoween and greeted and chatted with him in various circles. This was another CAA showing goodwill to him. After all, the cooperation between the two parties was quite pleasant, and they were interested in getting closer, and Lemon didn't mind. After all, every year CAA has clients competing for Oscars, but it is rare to be introduced to various circles of contacts by a partner like Kevin Hoween. "Hi, Lemon." The head of the distribution department of New Line Cinema, who had met him that day, greeted him enthusiastically. "How is it? Fury has been taken off the shelves, right?" Do you have any new plans? Lemon, nice to meet you. Nicole Kidman, who is the favorite for the best actress, also greeted him. She is also a client of CAA and has a close relationship with Brian Lord. Lemon. Nicolas Cage, who was walking towards him, smiled warmly. How are you doing recently? Lemon also greeted him kindly. Not bad. Fury has been basically taken off the shelves in various markets, and the total global box office now accumulated is $532 million US. This is also the reason why Nicolas Cage is in a good mood. The role of Sergeant he played in it was not only praised by film critics, but also well received by movie fans and audiences. Moreover, the performance of the movie is so good that his acting career, which was dragged down by Wind Talkers, is on the rise again. The two of them had a good relationship and liked each other very much. They were the kind of people who could talk to each other easily, but at this moment, in this kind of occasion, it was not the time for a deep chat. The two exchanged a few more words and then separated. Lemon, who had been in the industry for 2 years, was no longer the same as before. At this Oscars, accompanied by Kevin from CAA, he felt particularly busy. It seemed that everyone who knew him or wanted to know him gathered to greet him. His face was stiff with a smile and his legs were a little sore, and it was finally almost time to enter. Sitting comfortably on the big red sofa, Lemon felt a little better. The seats at the award ceremony were arranged according to departments. The actor nominees sat together, the director nominees sat together, and so on. Lemon naturally sat in the director area at the front row. To be more specific, he sat with several directors nominated for the Best Foreign Language Film, who were also competitors. Among these director nominees, Lemon might not be ranked in terms of professional qualifications, but in terms of popularity, he was undoubtedly the winner. There was no way, after the release of Fury, his fame rose horribly. Besides, it is a joke to compare the popularity of commercial directors with that of literary and artistic directors. Soon, with the sound of music, the big screen on the stage went dark. The award ceremony was about to begin. The Oscars were not as straightforward as the Golden Globe Awards. Although the process was obviously less, they liked to play charades to create an atmosphere, so the award ceremony was very slow. Lemon also changed from sitting upright at the beginning to sitting casually. To be honest, he was a little hungry now. After waiting for several hours, he had to take into account the time for award presentation and acceptance speech. In other words, from lunch at noon to 9 o'clock in the evening, a full 8 hours had passed. His stomach was already empty, and he was exhausted. He understood that the Oscar ceremony might be a carnival for the media and fans, but it was indeed a torture for the award-winning guests. In this regard, female stars were a little worse than these big men. After all, no matter how you think about it, it would be extremely troublesome for them to put on and take off those gorgeous dresses. So they probably didn't dare to go to the bathroom during the ceremony, so they could only rely on their bodies to endure it. Zzzz, if it goes on at this speed, it will probably take most of the day. Poor thing. Lemon, who had just gone to the bathroom, sat in his seat bored, his eyes dull, but his gaze directed towards the stage. The host occasionally teased the stars present, using his eloquence to maintain the atmosphere of the awards ceremony. Technical awards, Lifetime Achievement Awards, performances, speech, introduction to Best Picture. Lemon looked back at Ryan and the others, and found that he had closed his eyes to rest a long time ago, and Thomas also looked quite listless, but George still respected the Oscars, and was very focused. Looking at the producer area again, each producer brought his family with him. It was so lively. Unfortunately, the live broadcast cameras rarely placed the last few rows of seats, and with them watching, Lemon did not dare to do too much. A little basic respect still had to be given. The following award ceremony still seemed calm, and there were no upsets, which was also expected by those in the know. Nicole Kidman won the Best Actress Oscar for her performance in The Hours. The Best Picture went to Miramax's Chicago. The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring won several technical awards, but no major awards. The Best Actor went to Adrien Brody from The Pianist, who is also Jewish. Chris Cooper won the Best Supporting Actor. Catherine Zeta-Jones won the Best Supporting Actress. The Best Adapted Screenplay went to The Pianist. Spirited Away won the Best Animated Feature. Columbine won the Best Documentary. Boom clap. Chapter 125 A Golden Man. Subscription recommendation. Lemon felt his left leg was slightly sore, so he put down his right leg and slightly adjusted his sitting position, from crossing his legs to leaning back in his seat, with his center of gravity pressed back. The Oscars are really hard to endure, as if the judges deliberately set up these cumbersome details of the award to create a feeling that it is very rare and has paid too much. The detailed introduction, the host's long-windedness, the appetizing opening of the envelope, and every guest who went up to announce the winner had to make an incredible or surprised expression. Lemon really wanted to ask, is it interesting? Who can win the award and who can't win the award? Don't you have any idea in your mind? Unless the judges are collectively possessed, there are few mistakes in the selection of the grand prize. But they were really possessed, and in the evaluation of the best director, they resolutely gave it to Roman Polanski. The faces of several directors who were running for the award were not good. They had worked hard to sit with the audience for so long, but in the end the grand prize was given to someone who did not come. It was their crew members who accepted the award on their behalf. Even the acceptance speeches they gave were very perfunctory. It was obvious that they were confused and had not prepared at all. Lemon watched this embarrassing scene with interest. The atmosphere in the entire venue became low. No one would be in a good mood to be played like this. It is estimated that tomorrow's news will be lively again. Such a big topic. I believe those reporters and media will not want to miss it. After more than half an hour of farce, the ceremony finally came to the award that Lemon participated in, Best Foreign Language Film. The guest who came forward to present this award, Michael Caine, smiled and politely praised the 5 nominated films, talked to her from Spain. As he spoke, scenes of each film appeared on the big screen behind him. Mexico, The Sins of Father Amaro. Germany, Where Is Home? China, Hero. France, India, 3 Idiots. The scene changed, and there was a scene of Raja committing suicide in the dean's office, accompanied by low music, which shocked some people who had not seen it. As some shots of the film were played on the big screen, the crane camera in the venue also pointed at Lemon in time, and his face appeared in the camera, and was transmitted in real time with the live broadcast of the TV. Bella, a film critic who has always paid close attention to Lemon, was sitting in front of the TV at home at this time, watching the 75th Academy Awards ceremony. When she saw Michael Caine slowly taking out the envelope, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Lemon was at the scene, but he didn't feel nervous. Watching Michael Caine deliberately clumsily tear open the envelope, and then take another look, showing a surprised expression, Lemon thought that this guy's acting skills are really good. Even he knew that he had a 70% chance of winning this award, and the remaining 20% was talk to her, and the other 3 were just runners up. Of course, it is possible that the judges were possessed again. However, the probability of this is estimated to be very small. The winner of the Best Foreign Language Film at the 75th Academy Awards is Michael Caine's voice echoed through the speakers in the Kodak Theatre, whetting people's appetite. 3 Idiots, France, India. Please invite director Lemon to the stage to accept the award. It was indeed him. He succeeded. He successfully completed his goal and shortened the preliminary preparation that was very important in his directorial journey. Although he had expected it in his heart, he was now being watched by the cameras around the venue. Lemon showed off his acting skills. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by Nicolas Cage or Heath Ledger. He had a smile on his face, but his expression was slightly calm. However, under the magnification of the camera lens, people could feel his suppressed excitement from his trembling eyelids and twitching mouth corners, which created a good image of hiding his joy and pretending to be calm. Well, everyone is an acting school. After hugging Ryan, Thomas, and George, Lemon walked toward the stage and greeted other familiar people. Congratulations, Lemon. As he walked onto the stage, Michael Caine congratulated him politely. Thank you. Taking the little golden statuette from his hand, he felt that it was a little more important than he had imagined, and it also felt very good to the touch. It was smooth and cold in his hand. The next step was to give his acceptance speech. He had already prepared for this. Standing in front of the stage, he took out a small note from his pocket and read it word for word. Thank you to the Academy judges. Thank you Europa Films. Thank you CAA. Thank you my agent. Thank you to the audience. It is your love that has earned this honor for this movie. Thank you. While giving a conventional speech, Lyman was sighing about something else in his heart. CAA's public relations team is really good, but he doesn't know which one is better than the team led by Harvey Weinstein. But thinking about the rich harvest of Chicago this year, it seems that there is nothing to compare. After finishing his speech very smoothly, Lyman followed others and held up the trophy, asking reporters to take photos of him winning the award. Amidst the flashes and polite applause, he suddenly felt a little dazed. It was not because he felt dazed by the so-called Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film, but because he thought of the unpredictability of fate. Just 2 years ago, he was still worrying about how to accumulate enough qualifications to get the right to independently direct film and television projects. A year ago, he was thinking about what he would do if the performance of Buried was not good. Half a year ago, he was thinking about how to raise his own value and get more favorable cooperation conditions. People are always not satisfied with the present. They had no choice before, but now they want everything. Perhaps this is the most true portrayal of Lyman's heart. Who would have thought that he could come to this point? He himself was a little emotional, standing in the hall of the highest honor in the American film industry, holding up the little golden man that symbolizes honor and the most competitive best foreign language film. The unpredictability and erratic nature of fate lies in this. Lyman had good eyesight, so he could clearly read the facial expressions of the audience from the stage. Ryan, Thomas, and George were naturally smiling and very happy. Several directors who were competitors were also smiling, but the loneliness and unwillingness in their eyes were beyond words. Yes, if they didn't get this award, they would also be very unwilling. He also saw Halle Berry sitting in the audience. When Fury was released, the rumors about her and Pierce Brosnan really attracted a lot of attention. He still remembered that the weekly box office champion in the first week was won by the movie they starred in. Although, after so long, they had already broken up peacefully in front of the media and said that they would still be friends in the future. True or false? False or true? Who can tell? After finishing his acceptance speech, holding the little golden man, Lyman walked backstage. As usual, he had to go backstage to be interviewed and take photos. As soon as he followed the staff into the backstage, his agent Johnson and Kevin Hoween came to greet him. "How is it? How do you feel?" Kevin Hoween seemed to be in a good mood and asked in a relaxed tone. "Not bad. I finally lived up to everyone's efforts and reaped the rewards. Haha." Kevin Hoween smiled and took Lyman to the media area. "Yes, I'm very happy. Yes, this is indeed beyond my expectations. Winning this award is a rather unexpected result." It was not until the next award was presented and the winners went backstage that Lyman found a gap to get rid of the enthusiastic media who wanted to ask everything. He chatted with Kevin Hoween for a few more words and then hurried back to his seat. The award ceremony was not really over yet, and he needed to show his respect for the Oscars. The competitors around him were very graceful in congratulating him on the fact that he won the award, and Lyman also smiled and said a few polite words to them. Bella saw this scene on TV, and she was also very happy to see the director she admired successfully win the trophy. Her favorite work at the 2002 Sundance Film Festival won the Oscar selection, which really made her feel proud. She didn't want to watch anymore, so Bella stood up and turned off the TV. She suddenly thought of something, ran to the bedroom, turned on the computer, clicked on the IMDb website, and found the interface of Three Idiots. It turned out that she was not the only one who paid attention to this movie. In the message column below, the latest messages were all congratulations for the movie winning the best foreign language film. Even on Lyman's personal homepage, there were many similar congratulatory messages. The best foreign language film award came to an end. Three Idiots, which had been strong throughout the award season, won the battle with its absolute strength in public relations. It also won the 7th Oscar in France's history. In the selection of the best foreign language film at the Oscars, Europe has always been a popular candidate. Italy, France, Germany, Sweden, Denmark. These countries are frequent visitors to this award. Of course, the honor Lyman received is nothing, but in the eyes of the French media, it also showed the style of the French people at the Oscars. so the relevant press releases began to be prepared the moment the news was confirmed. I think the next day, it will cause a heated discussion in the French film industry. This is also the effect that Lyman wanted to achieve. He needed to enhance his fame, to bring about an increase in his status and directing power. Fortunately, the plan was completed smoothly. Finally, amid everyone's warm applause, the 75th Academy Awards ceremony finally came to an end. The biggest winner is undoubtedly Chicago, pushed by Miramax, which won the Best Picture, Best Supporting Actress, Best Editing, Best Sound. This series of awards can be said to be soft. Lost star. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.